Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the show here on a lovely, absolutely lovely Tuesday. Welcome in, welcome in. We'll be started shortly. All right. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Thanks for tuning in here for some more content. What is up? See Bliss in the chat. Oz, Kyle Ecstasy. Good morning. First in the chat today. They can't be stopped. Scarlet, good morning. Red Museum. Welcome to the show today. Wonder Waffle. Welcome in here, Rachel Green Tea. Shout out to Ash370 and Chun. Good morning, Alto Girl, Variant Hex, The Cozy Chickie, Burger Smalls, Mahogany Chica, Hilldale. Good morning, Random, Spankum Nasty, good to see you today. Bomb Like, welcome back. Good morning, Little Budum. Cheers. Welcome to the show today. We got Quince 3 in the house. Good morning. Leia's in the building. Good morning. Rain 5150. Mandy Bear's in the building. Enjoy that work lurk. Chell Dog. Welcome back. Mad's World. Good morning. Spicy Sin Bun. Good morning. Welcome in Sammy Dot Ghibli Gal Kuda Galladry. Enjoy your lurk today. Welcome to the broadcast. Lillian's in the house. Happy Tuesday, Titus. Good morning, Tagged. Good morning, Tagged Aurora. Hope you're feeling good today. Perfect Lester, welcome in. Enjoy your lurk today. Starling, M. Bliss, Cameron. Welcome in here. Alith, Zana, good morning, Wavy. Appreciate you. Hope things get a little bit smoother for you. Maybe a little bit more savory. Good morning, Keisha, Dazabound. Elliot, Tab Flava. Brialbasaurus. Let's get those alerts going, shall we?
Good morning, everyone. Almost 3 years. How time flies.
Bernard's. Good to see you back in Bernard's. Pajama Rama. Sith Angel. Stratocaster coming in with 35 months.
Fresh HDES opportunities.
Thank you, Strato. Good to see you, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, Bernard's, for 16. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support coming in this morning. Welcome to the broadcast. Good to see y'all. Happy Tuesday. Chelly's in the house. Good morning. Shelly, excuse me. And I think we're all locked in. I think Discord post has been made. Ready to play some games. Good to see you back in the house today. I saw you online last night, Strato. I was playing some D2 for just a teeny bit. All right, things are looking pretty good. And thank you again, Bernards. Hope everyone had a good Monday. We had a pretty good show here ourselves. I spent the evening relaxing and walking and a little bit of DDVing, and I don't know. I don't think there was anything else. Nothing else to report. It was a very Monday. In a good way, though. Had some electricity in the weather yesterday. Some storming, some thundering. Ooh, new code for Fantasy Life. They gave legendary items. Yo, thanks for posting that in the Discord. Thank you, dude. I've been thinking about Fantasy Life a lot the past 2 days. Very nice, Bernards. I hear Fantasy Life 3DS is a good starting point. Send some storms AZ's way. Yeah, we had some like flash storms. You know, those summer storms that just kind of happen and then they're gone before you even realize it's raining. So I went outside after the stream and it was like misting outside. It wasn't raining. It was misting. It was real weird, but it was chill as heck. Yeah, it was super chill. Yo, good morning, Toad, Cozy Assassin. Good morning, Ostrich Breath as well. Welcome to the show today. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. Appreciate all the daily check-ins. And of course, good morning if you're tuning in over to YouTube, that Lurker Zone. That's right. We are now live on both platforms simultaneously. And YouTube is becoming our home of all of our previous content. Anything older than 60 days can be found there. So you're going to have to get yourself hip to the YouTube if you're looking for my old content or even a playthrough from over 2 months ago. Regardless, thank you, those of you who are choosing to use the Lurker Zone as your way to enjoy my show. And I hope you have a good day today. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, let me go and check something here real quick. Okay. Gonna play some AC this morning. All right. Okay. Yeah, we got a couple Animal Crossing playlists to jam out to. All right, let's see what Isabel's got for us today. Pecan's gonna be in boxes. Or Hazel, excuse me.
Good morning, fam. H-Day love, H-Day arrive.
Yo, Chiquita, dude, how you been, man? Thank you for 44 months. Appreciate you, Chiquita. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks for getting some love in the chat for our supporters. Good morning, everyone. Happy Tuesday. All right, I think we're just selling this extra water pump. We could probably use more than one water pump on the farm, though. Sick. Goldie hooked this up. A refrigerator. Oh, frick. And a coffee grinder. The setup. Oh, that's the best, Dazabound. When you think it's Monday and you wake up and it's actually already Tuesday. Sick. The fridge right next to the bed. That's exactly where I need it. I mean, where else would you put your refrigerator, in all honesty? For easy access. I could open it and I don't even have to leave the bed. Sick. Don't even have to leave the bed. We're snacking straight from the sheets. Sheet snacking. All right, maybe it'll rain this morning. We don't have to water our farm, but we're gonna start watering anyways, just in case. We're gonna prepare, just in case. We got a backup can. I don't think I've bought the tool wheel yet. I'm kind of being a punk about getting the tool wheel. Yeah, I don't have it yet. I'm just playing like it's old Animal Crossing. I just opened my inventory to do stuff. That's sick. Yo, good morning, Mike. Welcome back, dude. Trips 14. Good morning, Bright Princess. Control Alt Delena. I played ACNH like it's 2002. Yeah, exactly. That was a fun era, man. I like that island a lot. It kind of restored my love for Animal Crossing because at that moment I was real burnt out of decorating and stuff. I needed a reason to play ACNH without the pressures of creativity. So like, even though we didn't play that island for longer than like 3 months, I think it was, I really enjoyed it. Ooh, Leaf is here. I wonder if he's gonna have a new crop. Yo, let's go. Ooh, we got carrots, dude. Nice. Hibiscus, hydrangea. All right, let's start off by collecting this stuff because we'll put this in our storage. Carrots. Yo, what's up, off day? Good to see you back in here, my dude. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Now you gotta dig up a buttload of sugarcane seeds. No, well, we still have some farming space left that we can plant the carrots. Thankfully. But you're right. You're still right, but we just don't have, not right away. You're still 100% right, but just not right away. We're okay for a couple days. We don't have to. I'm allotting 4 squares of farming space. If you haven't been here for the conversations about it. So I'll pull up my map and I'll show it in a second. And we still have a little bit of that farming space left. All right, so we have blue hydrangea. Let's go ahead and buy the other okay, we already have 10 pink. We really don't need to have 20. I'm gonna regret not buying them, but let's go ahead and buy 10 of each of the other bushes and then we'll be fine. Yeah. I did plant a lot of sugarcane, so you're still right. Like, I'm still gonna regret it one day. But what we're doing is we're allotting these 4 squares, so B2 and B3 and C2 and C3, because of the science part of this whole island. I wanted to use a space that was equal to like my average size orchard, so that later we can get some math on like how much money we can make versus fruit trees. I already said yesterday, I realized the flaw in this science project, but we're going to continue going forward for a little bit, is you can plant, for every 1 tree that you plant, you can plant 8 more crops, because every tree needs 8 spaces around it. And after I sold all of my crops yesterday, because yesterday we harvested and sold, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was like, I don't all the way know if trees are ever going to be able to beat crops because of that fact. We're going to find out though. We're going to find out together. But like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like crops are just always going to be a little bit more profitable because you can plant so many more. But we're going to find out. 500 per piece of fruit is a lot. So it'll be a fun science project. But yeah, so I wanted to use a space that was roughly the size of my average orchard. So these 4 squares, and most of it's planted. The only thing that's left is like the top chunk. So we're going to fill up this area with carrots. And then eventually when we get 3 stars and we get terraforming, we're going to flatten this whole area. For sure. Like, I kind of want to keep the cliffs, but we have to get rid of the river at least. So maybe not even flatten as much as just readjust the river. Because I don't plan to do a ton of terraforming. I'm kind of okay with like, my role play is that we are taking over this island and turning it into a farm, not that we are on a farming island. So I kind of want to keep the natural vibe of the island. I want to keep some random cliffs and stuff here and there. And I think it'll be a cooler island. I think it'll be a lot cooler. So we're going to go with that kind of vibe. We're probably going to keep the terrain and just maybe get rid of the river's kind of in the way, to be honest, but we'll see. I did a video several years ago on growing money in a space efficient way. Oh, nice. We might have to use some reference points. Do 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 do. Yo, good morning, Mag. Good to see you here. What's up, G-Ski? Good morning, G-Ski. Good morning, Mag Zig. Good to see you here today. Welcome to the broadcast. The real question is, are you going to get the Animal Crossing Crocs? No, but I do like the other Animal Crossing thing that they announced. Here, I'll pull it up real quick. All right. So this is the Crocs. Yo, what's up? How you doing today? Welcome in here. Welcome in here. Dear Diary, Andromeda might sell crack. Okay. Kit Kat Calzone. Rain 5150. Tina the accountant and Zane. Good morning, Zane. Good to see you, Tina. Hope you've been well, man. Dolores in the house. Good morning, Dolores, as well. So yeah, these are the Crocs that they just announced. So you got Animal Crossing themed Crocs. I'm not really a Croc guy. I don't really care. But this got me. This got me. Look at these, dude. Look at these Little Brewster's Cafe, dude. What do you mean, man? Little Brewster's Cafe, dude. I think I need a Little Brewster's Cafe in my life. Somebody made Animal Crossing New Horizons skin on the Switch too? No, I didn't see that. Blue roses turned into crowns and wreaths were by far the easiest way to grow money, so this experiment will be cool to see. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I think golden roses might be something that we have to go into as well, because people have also mentioned golden roses crafted or sold raw. Now you're bringing up blue roses. So as we go through this island and in our experiments, we're definitely going to be doing a couple different styles of farms and seeing, like, as far as like what you can farm, you know, quote unquote farm to make profit, and like what's the best way to make profit as far as that goes. But really, my mission statement, my hypothesis has mostly just been, is farming crops better than growing fruit? So that's the main thing that we're focused on. But we'll do some side stuff as well for fun, I'm sure. Ocarina of Time 3D soundtrack is available on Nintendo Music. That's interesting that they put Ocarina of Time 3D and the original, and they're both separate, huh? So I wonder how that's a really interesting thing. So now this might be the first time they've done that on the music app, right? Where now they're putting a soundtrack that was already on there, but it was a remake. That's pretty cool. I would love for that to be a hint towards Ocarina remake But it's that kind of mindset that just makes disappointment heavy in the gaming community. I saw a tweet this morning that was like, that took these Animal Crossing merch announcements as a sign. And I'm just like, you're really, really asking to be disappointed, aren't you? Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but you're really, really asking to be disappointed if you're looking at merch drops as a sign that we're getting a game announcement. We could still get that game announcement, don't get me wrong. But they've been doing merch for Animal Crossing for like 5 years straight. I don't know if merch is really what we should be going off of. They really love selling Animal Crossing merch. They've been doing that for a while. Gives me some hope that they'll at least make Nintendo Music a bit of a comprehensive platform for listening to Nintendo music in the future. Yeah, I mean, it's coming together pretty nicely. I think my biggest problem with it is that it's limited to phone, to be honest. But I don't think that's ever going to change. So, because like as a streamer, man, I would love to listen to high quality, officially sanctioned Nintendo music while I'm streaming. And they don't want me to do it. And I even tried taking my phone and putting it on a capture card, and it won't play the music through the capture card. So either they thought about this and they're blocking it, or it's just not capable for some reason, like the technology is stopping it. I was very sad. I was very sad when I saw that I couldn't play the music on my computer. Yo, good morning, LPK, and good morning, Avril fan. Good to see you today. Phone emulator could potentially work. Yeah, potentially. I haven't tried like BlueStacks or anything yet. I stopped messing around with Android emulation after there was like a huge data breach like a decade ago. I tried to come back to it for TCG Pocket because I wanted to stream off an emulator and have it be a separate account from my main. But when TCG Pocket first came out, it was a little messy and the emulation wasn't good. There was only like one emulator that was like doing it justice, and I just gave up, dude. Oh, nice, Deza. Wanted to hear something, but I couldn't, no headphone jack, because I learned that the US version of DKC2 is in mono audio, where it was apparently stereo elsewhere. So wait, what do you mean? The version on the app is in mono, but the version on the Super Nintendo wasn't? Is that what I'm taking from this? Yo, what's up, Detective Rach, by the way? Good to see you, dude. The SNES version on NSO I was listening to recently is in mono, and I thought I had messed the setting up. Oh, so you were playing the actual Super Nintendo app on your Switch, and you realized that the music was mono. That's an interesting discovery. It seems like the original SNES might have just been that way. Yeah, that is. I don't actually know. I know I wasn't like paying attention enough back then. Just that game. Right. So I would have never noticed that. Yo, happy Tuesday. What's up, Random Reject? Good to see you, buddy. See you peeking in here, Magzig. Thanks for hanging out this morning, man. Hope you're doing well. Happy Tuesday. We're just getting started here. Nice slow-paced morning here in my book. Tried to get up early today. Was like up kind of early, but not as early as I wanted to be. So a little bit of a defeat today, but we'll get back up tomorrow. We'll get up early tomorrow. Happy Tuesday. What's up, Kento? Oh, happy Tuesday, dude. You play Animal Crossing as well? Nice. Dude, I love this game. We're just watering our farm this morning. We're doing a farming themed island. And we just got a new crop today, which I'm real excited about. So we're going to pause watering here. And let's go grab our new crop. I just wanted to get a head start on... Just wanted to get a head start on my watering. I'm watching from Japan. Nice. I'm in a state called Ohio in the US. We're known for our memes and corn. And obviously this show. Did you say Ohio? Yeah. Ohio native, baby. And toll roads. There's a lot of those. And here I thought Ohio was for the lovers. That too. Sure. Team Ohio here too. Nice. Ohioans managed to find my stream. There must be like an underlying energy for all Ohioans, and we're just naturally attracted towards each other. No matter where we are, we always just somehow find each other. Like, I imagine, like, in the future, in the year 3030, when we're navigating through the galaxy, journeying, we're still gonna manage to stumble across each other. Like, oh, you're from planet Ohio? Oh, me too. It's a planet that's just big farms, just giant farms. I was in Florida last summer and came across 15 people from Ohio. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, dude, it's a thing, man. Ohio's just, they just find each other. Ohioans, dude. A secret wavelength. People try to escape Ohio. Keyword try. No one ever leaves Ohio. They only temporarily visit elsewhere. And if anybody tells you otherwise, they're just in denial. If anyone ever uses the words "I moved from Ohio," you should correct them kindly. You mean you are visiting this other state. Oh, okay. Cool, nice. Are you having a good visit? Oh, you've been there for 10 years. That's a long visit. When are you going home? Oh, you're living in Japan now. Wow. You're visiting Japan. Oh, for 10 years. Oh, you're an official citizen. That's crazy. When are you going back home to Ohio? We're waiting. My mom left and then came back. I'm just saying, if we ever had a meetup, a bunch of us are already here. Yeah, I know. Ohio would be a good starting place for like a grassroots first time Hylian con. Just because it's a pretty centralized location for the East and Midwest. But anybody past the center of the country-ish towards the West Coast would be screwed, but still. Yo, what's up, lovely Cindy? All right, let's go find our money rock so we have enough cash to buy some crops. I'm doing well today. How are you? We have a lot of great stuff here. Like our state bird is the orange construction cone. That's actually so true. Yeah, no, like I would say the Great Lakes and being attached to a Great Lake is probably one of the cooler parts of Ohio. And any state that borders a Great Lake gets an experience unlike any other experience in the world. To have a body of fresh water that you cannot see the end of, that you could go in a boat and travel for an hour and be surrounded by water, is an insanely cool experience that many people in the world will never understand. I can go to Lake Erie and I can look out and it feels like I'm at the ocean. And you could lie to me and tell me I was. And despite the lack of salt water, I would believe you. A lot of people don't know. Like, it's really, really cool. It's really cool. And I think that's probably one of my favorite reasons why Ohio's rad. That would be like the hardest thing for me to get over if I were to move from Ohio, would be the lack of lake and lake access. You could tell I'm a northern Ohioan by saying that. I understand that Ohio's a pretty big place, and I'm sure people from Cincinnati aren't driving up to the lake regularly. But still. Cute tea table. Okay. I was late this weekend and it was so nice, except for the mayflies. The mayflies suck. Yeah, dude. The mayflies suck. But Ohio's chill, man. I say that as a pretty ignorant individual, though, because I don't really know anything else. So, you know. I've been to a couple other places, but I have never lived anywhere else. Yo, see you later, Dazza. The mayflies hit Ohio once a year, every year. Pretty hardcore. They're not my favorite, that's for sure. They'll be covering every single surface everywhere. Just covering every single surface, every fence, your cars, buildings, everything just covered for like a week. And they all just die. They just land on everything and just die. And you're just like, oh, okay. The roads as you walk. Yeah, it's just awkward, dude. Guess at least it's not cicadas, yeah. You can go from city life to southern life to sticks life in an hour drive. That's actually super true. Yeah, that's actually super true, yeah. I think there's a couple places like that in the States, though. That you pretty much just kind of describe the Midwest vibe, but maybe Ohio just does it a little harder. You kind of just describe the Midwest vibe. That's what makes the Midwest such a unique place in the States, is what you just described. An hour-long drive, and you can go from city to sticks to southern to country to yeah. It's pretty crazy like that. Nice, Money Rock. Yo, what's up, gamer lady? Good to see you today, dude. Good morning. Boom, boom. Zaradu's in the house. Good morning, Zaradu. Welcome to the show today, dude. Hose reel, water pump. All right, Money Rock acquired. We can go buy some carrots. We really do need a bridge to this island. We really do need a bridge to this island. Yeah, putting one right behind resident services makes the most sense. It's like this spot is just aching for a bridge right here, directly behind resident services. Oh, nice, Famed. Yeah, there's a couple. Tamagotchi Plaza just came out that way. Same idea. They had a physical version, but it was only released overseas in Japan and I think even Europe. But because the game has an international language option, it doesn't matter. And because Switches aren't region locked with physical games, it doesn't matter. So even though the game technically is from Japan, it still can be played fully in English. It's actually a kind of an interesting option for people who really like, you know, physical copies of stuff. So pretty psyched. Yeah, we're gonna I think we're gonna be doing a night stream, and we're gonna play Tony Hawk 3 and 4 and just hang out and jam out to the music and chill on Friday night. I think Friday night we'll do a Tony Hawk night. We'll just chill out and enjoy some Hawk. Should be fun. So if y'all are free Friday night, come chill. All right, let's go ahead and buy a bunch of carrots here. Rob Boss about to hit a 900 McTwist. Master Chief has to be an unlockable character now. I don't know, man. I don't remember who the unlockable characters for Tony Hawk are. Tony Hawk 3 and 4 are usually, but I don't know if they can get the same characters back. I think Wolverine was one of them. So I think it's gonna have to be new characters. Like I heard that TMNT, they're gonna be adding Mikey from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh yeah, Jack Black playing a security guard. What the heck is that, right? Like, so yeah, I don't know. I'm excited. I'm excited to see who they end up giving us as unlockable characters. To be fair, unlockable characters was one of the coolest part of Tony Hawk, in my opinion. So I think it's cool that they're like still leaning into it. That's so cool, actually. Boom, 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 do, 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 do. All right, let's go ahead and check our map here. Yeah, we got carrots. We woke up this morning to carrots. I'm very happy about the prospect of us getting carrots. So let's go ahead and get these bad boys planted. Our next crop has been unlocked. This is kind of why I haven't been doing multiplayer, because I like the slow grind, man. I know some people have been curious why I've been like a little hesitant to start doing multiplayer stuff. And I have a couple reasons. One is because of the queue. Because I know that as soon as I start doing multiplayer, there's a chance that the villagers we're looking for are going to get locked into the queue. So that's like a scary thought. So I've been trying to avoid doing multiplayer. I'm not going to be able to avoid forever. I'm going to have to get some Nook Miles tickets at some point. So there's the chance that our queue starts to get filled. But then the other reason is I kind of like the excitement. You know, like there's something exciting about logging in today and leaf is here and we're getting a new crop. Like that's natural progression that I could have otherwise circumvented by just having somebody come by and drop all the crops off on day one. No autofill today. Sorry, I didn't say anything. No autofill. Day one, no autofill. Yeah, dude. So we're going to have to keep waiting. I almost was guaranteed that we weren't going to get an autofill today, to the point where I almost skipped playing ACNH because I just knew we were not going to get an autofill day one. But I'm still happy we logged in because look, carrots. What's up, Retro Junk? Good to see you today, buddy. Welcome back. Enjoy your work today, Wavy. Thanks for popping in this morning. I appreciate that, dude. Yo, Yuki B Games popping in. Yo, I'm sorry to hear about the rough morning, Yuki, but I'm glad you're here today. Yeah, we're going to be chilling pretty hard, relaxing with some AC today, relaxing with this gosh darn cicada. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, no, I don't mind at all, Wonder Waffle. Yeah. I will be doing multiplayer at some point. And then we'll totally, DIY trades, item trades. Yeah. I just wanted the first couple weeks of the island to be kind of natural. But I'm going to break away from that eventually. That's just kind of how that goes as a streamer. So, yeah, no problem. I appreciate you thinking of me, dude. Do. All right, our first carrots are planted. Oh, I don't know. I didn't mean to do that. First carrots planted. Let's go ahead and water our new fields. Yo, what up, Belle? Good to see you today, Belle. Welcome in. Silent Shelf, good morning. Hope you're doing well today, Belle. We got, is that a wild minty mont in the chat? Grocery shopping's done before 9 a.m. What are you, a machine? What do you mean? That's crazy. Even if it was my day off, I'd probably just be still drinking my coffee. Yeah, Starling, it's nice, dude. I think it's always okay to play video games the way you want, but I will always recommend people play Animal Crossing slow and organically. Always. I will always recommend players don't do treasure islands. Play the game slowly. Play the game day to day. Play an hour a day. 3 hours a day. But everyone plays Animal Crossing for different reasons. So I think if you're somebody who strictly plays this game for decoration, at that point, I don't blame you. I would also use treasure islands because you're obviously trying to create an experience. And like the worst part about decorating is if you don't have items. Like items, you need stuff to decorate. You need stuff. So if you're like a brand new player or if you just restarted your island, you're not going to have that stuff. So it makes decorating real tough, right? So I get that for sure. That's why I love that I have Gale Island, because on Gale, I have stuff and I have a lot of stuff. Because that island's been around since 2020. I can log into that island at any point and do anything I want because I probably have 80+% of every item in the game, right? Like, because I probably, maybe more. I might even have like 90% of every item, especially if you don't include color changes, probably pushing 95%, right? Like I pretty much have everything in that game. So it's like, it's real nice because you can step back and just decorate. But that also took me 5 years to set up, like it took me 5 years of dedication to have an island where I could technically do whatever I want, I'll never feel bad about getting bait from a treasure island. I mean, that's like a really good treasure island pickup. I also wouldn't mind grabbing bait from a treasure island. Because it does suck. Treasure islands are a pain, though. Treasure islands are their own brand of pain, for sure. I think my least favorite part about treasure islands, and I'll speak out against this every day, is people charging for them. I think once people started monetizing treasure islands, the whole thing got sick, and I'm not into it. And that's why I don't use them. I don't care if that's a hot take or not. I think as soon as they started monetizing them, I was like, okay, that's trash. At first, it was like, okay, you're offering a service to people. This is really cool. Thank you for taking the time to do something nice for the Animal Crossing community. But as soon as they turned it into, well, we're going to give you 2 pretty shitty islands, or we'll give you 15 if you subscribe to my channel. It's like, okay, dude. At this point, like, I don't know, man. I don't think that's cool. I think that's lame. I think that's super whack. Yo, good morning, Flower Child. Yo, good to see you, dude. Good morning to Trickster as well. Good to see you in here, Trickster. Welcome in. What up, Gabcat? Good to see you. How we feeling today? How we feeling this Tuesday, chat? What's our vibe check? What's our vibe check today? Yo, enjoy that work, Lurk, Flower Child. Staying cool's the vibe for me. We got a little bit of a break. For just like a handful of days, and I'm so grateful. I got my new air conditioning in my room, and I had a pretty good night of sleep after like 3 or 4 days with no AC in there. And today, like, we only have a high of 78. Like, you know how blessed that is? Thank goodness, dude. And then it's gonna stay like low 80s, and then at the start of next week, or like even like this weekend, it goes back up to that high 80s, 90s stuff. It's like, oh, get that out of here, dude. I'll be the first to call myself out for being a complainer. I don't complain about much in life, but I will gladly complain about the temperature. Dude, like, I'm ready for fall. Like, let's go. And the worst part about that is, if I know Ohio in 2025, we're going to be dealing with pretty blazing temps well into October. But we'll get little breaks here and there. So it'll be fine. Like, we'll get breaks, but there's a chance that we could be getting 90-degree weather well into October. That's just 2025 Ohio, baby. Like well in October. Like, fall doesn't exist like it used to, dude. Fall's not the way it used to be, dude. Fall used to be a beautiful, glorious time of the year. Now fall's like a week long. We get like a week long fall, and then there's snows being dumped from the heavens. It's like we're gonna get like a week of the trees changing colors and the most gorgeous experience ever. And then it'll just be snow and 20 degrees and cold, and it's gonna be, yep. Yeah, we don't get fall anymore, unfortunately. Yo, what's up, Stevie? Good to see you. What's up, Slow Mo Joe? It's been brutal. Yeah, dude. Hopefully it lightens up, man. Make sure you hydrate, chat. Take care of yourself. Belle says, my vacation ended yesterday. Now I have to work for 7 consecutive days. Tell me how that's fair. I kind of hate the idea that you have to pay for your vacation, in the sense of, like, you have to come back to work and then struggle. I kind of hate that, and I'm sorry you have to deal with that. You know, like, I do kind of hate that. I hate that, like, in the modern era, if you want to take a vacation from your average job, you have to work your butt off before the vacation, and then you have to work your butt off after the vacation. it's like, dang, dude, like, just let me take a couple days off, dude. Like, why's it gotta be like that? Why do I gotta feel like I'm being punished? That's what it kind of feels like, for sure. Honestly, even in my line of work right now, it's honestly the same. It's honestly the same for me. Like, I don't really take time off without a massive grind beforehand and a massive grind after. Let me just check something real quick. Animal Crossing only runs at like 30 FPS. So sometimes my eyes will struggle and like I'll be watching Animal Crossing and it'll be like a little laggy. No, it's not just AC. Okay. Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and restart my Switch and stuff because I was having some tech issues this morning and I think I'm having some lag. Give me just a second here. Sorry about this. Here, let's jump over here for just a second. I'm actually gonna have to sorry, give me just a second here. I'm actually gonna have to go and unplug the capture card and plug it back in. Give me just a sec. Okay. Boom, boom, ba boom, boom. Boom, boom, ba boom, boom, ba boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Hopefully that helps. Fall is my favorite season. I'm not a summer person. I'm more of a summer person as I get older. Growing up, I was definitely not a summer person. And like I used to actively speak out against summer. But nowadays, I've learned to appreciate the warm weather and like I've learned to appreciate like you have more options in the summer. Usually, you know, when it's not 90 degrees on how you spend your day. And like, I've always been like connected to nature. I've always been a nature boy. Don't call me Ric Flair. I've always been like somewhat connected to nature, but I think as I get older, I realize even more how much I love like being outside and like touching grass and hugging trees. Like I really love that. And you can't do that as much. You can't do that as much in the winter, unfortunately. So I realize like as much as like I'm a winter baby through and through, I love winter. I love fall, spring. Those are obviously the best months because you can go touch grass and it doesn't have to be 90 degrees, fall and spring. I'll always have a special place in my heart for winter though. Oh yeah, the game's running so much smoother. Sorry about that. I apologize about the first hour there of I couldn't tell if the game was running sluggish or if it was just the 30 FPS. Turns out my capture card was acting up, so I kind of knew that too. Like I said, I was having big tech issues this morning. So I think we're good now. Everything's nice and smooth. So sorry about that. It was just an hour, and Animal Crossing is so casual, it's not a big deal, but Yo, Belle, thank you for 23, dude. And good luck with your week of work. You got this, man.
Much love.
Hero Swords in the chat. You got this, dude. I might be around for most of this week, so you might have a companion if you're able to hang out and watch from work. I don't know if I'll be taking any days off this week or not. We'll see how I feel as the week goes. Maybe Thursday. Maybe Thursday is probably the most likely. I'm going to the P.O. box today. I'm going to go to the P.O. box today. So we'll have to fit that into the schedule here today. I think we're going to head out there. I need to hire an assistant. Yo, what's up, Altanor? Good morning, Shady. Are you a Sonic fan? I grew up on the Blue Hedgehog. It's my first game. First video game I ever played, Sonic 2. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 for the Sega Genesis. I picked up the sticks and I never looked back. Ever since then, I've been on a journey, a quest, a mission to have as many unique gaming experiences as possible, to become the game destroyer that I rightfully am and always have been meant to be. Welcome to my show. Welcome to the Hylian Descent experience. Sonic 1 was my first game. Nice, dude. Sonic 1's the fire. Sonic 1 I played after Sonic 2, and I thought it was too hard at first. I for real thought it was too hard, dude. I remember I went back and played Sonic 1 and I was like, dude, this game is brutal. Compared to Sonic 2, brutal, right? Like, but I liked it. When's the villager hunt? I don't know when we're gonna do like more official villager hunts, but I promise you they're coming. I promise you they're coming, but I don't have an exact date for you yet. I'm kind of
space and a beautiful fam. Happy morning, buddies. Day love too. Thank you, Hylian, as always.
Yo, thank you, Ali Bobally, Banana Nana Fofally, B5 Fofally, Ali. Thank you, dude. Thank you for 30, man. Yeah, I'm kind of stretching out the wait before we hunt. Like, I know that's rude, but just know that like I'm just waiting a little bit longer for a couple reasons. Because like once we start hunting, we're probably not gonna stop hunting. You know what? Like, not for like a little while, because sometimes these hunts can get crazy. So just know, like, I'm delaying it a little bit, but it will happen. We will be doing some villager hunting, maybe as soon as this week, maybe at the start of next week. I don't think it'll be any later than the start of next week. I can tell you that much. I don't think it'll be much later than the start of next week, but it could be sooner. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, I just want a couple more days. I want to enjoy the island life a couple more days before I give in. Pretty sure your first game was Pokemon Yellow. That's a good first game, to be honest. Chat room, if you remember what your first video game was, tell us what it was in the chat. What was your first video game? Say Sonic 2 for Sega Genesis for me, man. That blue kid from Sega, dude. That blue kid from Sega. Duck Hunt, Harvest Moon 64. What a crazy first game. Does Roblox count? Yeah, sure. Roblox is a video game just like the rest of them, even if it is more of a sandbox kind of creative platform in a lot of ways, where people can create their own games. Look at this. We got a hybrid, chat. How about this little cutie? Are pink mums rare? Like, you can't get them normally. Yeah, nice. They're common hybrids, but they're still a hybrid. Nice. Super Mario World for SNES. Super Mario World is such a good first video game that really shapes you, dude. Mario Bros, the arcadey one. What's up, Mouseberry? Got any more of those village hunts? As you scratch your neck. Yo, appreciate you, Dynamom, for coming and asking, though, by the way. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for your patience. The heat is on! Little Game & Watch was my first. Game & Watch Zelda was your first game. Crazy. Dude, how come Game Boys could be so loud? How come, like, Game Boys and, like, Game Boy Colors, you could, if you cranked up the volume on those bad boys, weren't those bad boys so loud? Weren't those bad boys so loud, dude? I'll never forget the time that I was in a movie theater and I was going to play Pokemon and I didn't realize my volume was up. And in the middle of the movie, all you heard was as I'm like going to fight a squirrel, like a Pikachu or something in the forest. I'm just like, whoa, my bad, Dad. My dad was pissed. We were going to see Starship Troopers. We were going to see Starship Troopers, and I was playing Pokemon Yellow. Donkey Kong on ColecoVision. That's crazy. Yeah, Pokemon Game Boy games were actually loud AF. Bringing a Game Boy to the movies. Well, the thing is that I brought my Game Boy everywhere. I lived with a Game Boy in my hand. My Game Boy was my companion through life. I know I'm not the only one that has had an experience like this growing up. My Game Boy was my companion through life, dude. So yeah, like bringing them to the movies was nothing strange, dude. Bro, I had my Game Boy on roller coasters. Like the first time I went on a roller coaster at the IX indoor amusement park, I literally was clutching my Game Boy like it was a stuffed animal because I was so scared. I was clutching my Game Boy on this ride like, I don't want to die. Yeah, like it was like my companion. It was like my blankie. It was like Linus's blanket, right? But it was my Game Boy, man. Yeah, like I don't think people realize like that's the era I grew up in, man. That was the Game Boy era, and I know I'm not the only one that was like that. I was a rat for batteries. I was a battery rat. I would show up at people's houses. The first thing I would do is try to identify where the remotes were, so I could sneakily either change the batteries or steal them. Every single building I walked in as a kid, every single house I walked in, the first thing I would do was go, where's the remotes? I need batteries. I was a fiend, dude. Like I lived on my Game Boy. I swear, like it was just a different era, man. I'm just stressing this because I love the idea that there's people here who didn't grow up in that kind of era. Now, you guys had 3DSs and DSs, so if you're younger, you could still have experienced this with your DS and your 3DS. Just maybe, you know, less stealing of batteries, which is fine. You know what I mean? Like, that's cool. But like, the Game Boy was a little bit more... You could say the Game Boy in a way was more discreet. And that's the thing I think that people need to realize, that when you busted out a DS, it was kind of obvious, right? So like even the original OG DS, when you busted that open, you know, there was a light, it was kind of obvious, right? But that's the thing. the Game Boy, it was like a phone. At any point in time, you could just be like, boop, and it's just on. No, people, you know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't even be big. Like, I feel like pulling out a DS, flipping a screen open, it took away some of that discreetness from that Game Boy era where I was able to bust the Game Boy out in any situation possible. I'm out at like fancy dinners for like I remember one time I went to a dinner after a wake for my for my buddy's grandma, and I was playing my Game Boy under the table, like right here. I was playing like right under the table, just sitting there like, because I couldn't, obviously pulling out a Game Boy at dinner was going to be rude. So I'm like, I was just sitting there playing under the table. I feel like that was harder to do with the DS era. I think that was harder to do, man. Did you ever try to play your Game Boy on car rides at night in between the streetlights? Yeah, that memory of playing Game Boys in between the streetlights was designed off of my childhood. My childhood was that childhood. Sitting there playing my Game Boy at nighttime in the car, and I had to wait for street lights to tell me what I was doing so I could pick my next attack in Pokemon. Yeah. Yeah, that was my childhood, man, for sure. Yeah, dude. Like, I was a Game Boy fiend, man. I was big in my Game Boy era. That was just my life, man. Yeah, I see somebody had the Game Gear attached to them. Yeah, like, eventually, I had a little case. I actually have the exact case that I had. Gold, silver, Pokemon color case. I had this case right here. I've brought this up before. Teal. This one right here. Oh my God. Look at the dude. Memories unlocked. This was my companion. Like, this guy right here. I'm gonna buy this again. I'm gonna heal my inner child. I'm gonna buy this. I'm gonna find where I can get one of these. It had a strap. It had a spot for the Game Boy, a spot for your games, and everything you needed right here, always with me at all times. I can hear the Velcro. At all times, dude. All right, hold on. I don't remember how I have this set up. Okay, it's under browser. Okay, that's good. Yeah, and I was actually thinking about this TikTok when we were talking about it, so I'm really happy you sent this to me. This was it. This was my childhood. It started off with the big brick Game Boy. Eventually, I had a teal Game Boy Color. There it is right there, dude. That was it. That was how you would play on the road. Dude, it was sick, dude. It was sick, man. My Game Boy Color collection was pretty good. I had a lot of games to play for sure. Yo, what's up, Majinx? Ba-dum-bum. I had the idea of playing my Game Boy during math class. I used to play my Game Boy behind the books. Like, what I would do is I would put during study hall, I'd have my book bag on the desk and I'd play in my book bag. So this was high school. This was DS era. And sometimes I would put the book up on my desk and try to play behind it, but teachers were too wise for that. All right, let's go sell some stuff. Yeah, appreciate you, Starling. Thank you. Recently converted my GPA to a backlit screen. I bought a Game Boy. I bought a Game Boy Color that was converted with a backlit screen, and it said Game Boy Horror on the plate instead of Game Boy Color, and it was designed to be the one from Luigi's Mansion. I bought one of those not too long ago, off of Etsy, an Etsy shop that was doing them custom, and it was a gift for somebody in my life. And it wasn't even necessarily intended to be like I feel like when it comes to like retro consoles, like it's not like you're sitting there playing them 24/7. So it was kind of meant more to be a collector's piece than anything else. Yeah, the Luigi's Mansions reference. So I was pretty happy. I was pretty proud of that gift because I knew the person would really enjoy it. So I just like, once I saw it that it was an option, I was like, they just got to have this. All right, nice. I think we watered everything. Before we got distracted with the pink mum. Yeah, we did. Nice. So we got the pink mum. We're going to let that grow. We have another water pump I'd like to put down somewhere, just for decoration purposes. All right, and then we got this hose reel. That's going to go up here to the silo. We're going to have to order multiple silos for sure. Multiple silos. What's up, Kayla Kaplan? Welcome back, Kayla. Jelly the Gamer Mom's in the house. My grandma and papa had a SNES and a Game Gear. Some of my fondest childhood memories are sitting beside Papa as he played through the night. I think my first video game that I played was Spyro. Spyro's a dope first video game. I appreciate that one. That's a dope first video game. All right, nice. We're gonna need some more fence and some more wooden stakes to kind of continue to decorate and bring this place together. We need some buckets. We need some buckets as well. Let's go craft a couple buckets. And then I'm gonna actually cut this tree down, I think. Boom. All right. All right, let's go see if we can find ourselves some buckets. I think we can craft some. It's just some wooden ones. Balloon Kid? Yeah, I did see your Balloon Kid message. That's cool. I never played Balloon Kid before. Yeah, that's cool. I've never seen that game get played or anything. I've heard of it though. Some pots. Here's the silo. Yeah, we're gonna have to craft some more silos for sure. I'm assuming we have the wooden bucket recipe. No, we don't. I guess it's not a default recipe. I thought it might be. That's interesting. I think we've already purchased all of the possible recipes from the shop. So from there, we just have to get it naturally. All right, let's go plant these sugar canes. What villagers do you have? Or I'll show you. Give me just a second. I got you. No worries. All right, here's my villager list. So far, on this beautiful island, we have Sherbert, and he's actually going to continue to live here. We do have our list of villagers we're going to be hunting. Hazel is moving out today if anybody needs her or wants her. I might be willing to open up the gates. Annabelle, Eugene, Mac, and Goldie. We do have a list of villagers we're going to be hunting, so most of these villagers will be gone. Unfortunate, bro. All right, let's hit this rock. I think we could get ourselves some materials here. Yes. This convo makes me want to pick up the Crockery Master. I was planning on buying the Crockery Master and I just haven't gotten to it, so thanks for the reminder. I'm gonna have to consider. My absolute favorite villager, Tangy the Queen. And most of my emotes are based off of her. Tennis sweater. Trash. Trash. Absolute trash.
Good afternoon, folks. If you have a dirty mind, have a lewd afternoon. For the dog toys, have a chewed afternoon. And the Guardians of the Galaxy should have a Groot afternoon.
A
Tangy,
groove?
does Hans know you're cheating on him?
Thank you for the 74 months, dude. Holy heck. 74. Holy bananas gorilla. Yo, we'll see you later, random. Yeah, she's a cutie pie. What about you? Who's your favorite villager? We should probably make a couple more ladder kits and get some more ladders scattered about the land here. It definitely wouldn't hurt. Get a couple more ladder kits around here. I think that's it for rocks today. I think so. Just a lunch lurk. I don't have much time for a break today. Enough time to microwave a burger and a quick cup of tea, then I'm out for a staff meeting. I hope you're having a good day, man. Appreciate you popping in and thinking of me. I really do appreciate you sticking with me all these years, bud. Do. Appreciate you over on the Lurker Zone. Thank you, YouTubers, for being here today as well. Just like to call y'all out every once in a while. Thank you. LPK. Eggs, cheesy, coffee, latte'd. My favorite morning streamer, tuned in. Gonna be a good day. Mars in the house, slaying. Mars in the house, bringing in that good energy. We love that, dude. Thank you, man. All right, we got 10K for the shiny spot, but we don't have a shovel. We're gonna have to solve that. So let's go craft one of those shovels. Oh, what's up, Mac? We got a new reaction. Homie just sneezed on me. Great. Yo, welcome back, Sunset Alpaca. Hey, good to see you. So what you been gaming on, Sunset? Since obviously I never asked yesterday after that little moment. What do you been gaming on, man? It's good to see you back in here today. You're a fan of Goldie and Sprinkle. Sprinkle's cute. I have Goldie on my island right now. I love Goldie. She's dope. Goldie was voted as the best, everyone's favorite villager at one point, I'm pretty sure. Animal Crossing Pocket Camp did like an anniversary celebration, and I'm pretty sure Goldie was voted as everyone's favorite villager. You started Stardew Valley for the first time in your life. No way. What do you think so far? How far are you? I need all the details. Have you played a lot? Have you played a little? Like, I mean, do you have time to yap? Like, what? What's up, Red? Good to see you, dude. Welcome in. You'd get a famous actress if you have Hans standing in a queue behind Goldie. Goldie Hans. Nice, nice. Prepare to lose weeks of your life. Prepare to lose weeks of your life, chat says. And they're not wrong, like, to be fair. That's just about how it goes. I love Wolfgang, though. Love my grumpy old man. I'm a fan of the Crankies. Yeah, same. Got a few days into summer. Oh, you got a two. Okay, so you got through spring, though. That's the thing. I think if you made it through spring, you're probably already hooked, even if you haven't admitted it to yourself. I mean, not to like call you out, but like, yep. If you made it through spring and you're still playing, welcome to the Stardew Valley community. You might already be hooked. There's a pretty good chance. Pretty good chance you're already hooked. So true. Yeah, dude, like, I feel like players who don't like Stardew or who don't vibe with Stardew drop off before spring ends. It sucked me in so quickly. Nice. Well, if you have any questions, we do have a channel dedicated to Stardew in our Discord. So if you do have any questions, if you at all have any concerns, you're welcome to ask. Use the Discord as well. There's some stuff pinned if you're interested in modding. And no, I don't have any KK songs on this save file, but this is a new island. So I actually have another island. I've been playing this game since the release date, and I got tons of KK jams. I unfortunately have not seen KK yet in this game. KK Slider has yet to come to my island because it's such a new island. We still have to get the 3 stars. If you know what I'm talking about, Shady, you have to get 3 stars to get KK to come do a concert on your island. Oh, nice. Now we can customize the outside of our house. Ooh, now I can pick up my mailbox and move it. Ooh, nice. Ooh, we got a free vacuum cleaner. Time to get those carpet lines, baby. All right, speaking of, let's go see if our island evaluation has gone up. We're still 1 star. We need more villagers. Treated myself to a childhood game of mine for the Switch 2, Story of Seasons Friends of Mineral Town. Story of Seasons Friends of Mineral Town is probably my favorite ever Harvest Moon game, so you picked up a good one, dude. You're in for a treat. My friend and I just finished a Stardew run. Now we're on to Architect. I never heard of that. I will admit I dropped off from Harvest Moon rather quickly, so I never tried Stardew. I know they're completely different games. Last I heard, you can't blackmail a mayor with his underwear in Harvest Moon. Yeah, I wouldn't say they're completely different games, but they're definitely different games. And the pacing is the big thing that makes them different. The pacing of Stardew is a bit different than the pacing of Harvest Moon. Harvest Moon being an overall slower paced experience, whereas Stardew, still pretty slow, is not as grindy and maybe not as slow as Harvest Moon, right? Regardless, I will say this: if you didn't like Harvest Moon, there's a pretty good chance you probably won't like Stardew. So, albeit different games, as you mentioned, but not different enough to where you'll like one over the other. Not necessarily. I think some people will because of the pacing and stuff, but played Harvest Moon Friends of Mineral Town a lot when I was younger. Yeah, same here, man. That was my first ever Harvest Moon that I committed to. I loved it. I loved it. Nice. I hope you enjoy Friends of Mineral Town. You love Stardew but couldn't get in Harvest Moon? Yeah, because Harvest Moon's older. Now, Story of Seasons modern games are probably pretty approachable. Like, anytime they make a brand new Story of Seasons games, those are usually pretty modern. A good example of this is Pioneers of Olivetown. If you're ever interested in like trying out a modern Harvest Moon game, you want to look at Story of Seasons games. And again, specifically, like maybe a new one. And in this case, I'd recommend Pioneers of Olivetown. For those that don't know, Harvest Moon and Story of Seasons are actually the same thing. There's a quick little blurb about what happened with the company and how if you're still playing modern Harvest Moon games, you're not actually playing the real Harvest Moon. I know that's confusing, but just read that message in the chat and just know that there was some copyright issues and stuff, and the original developers basically split off. And when they tried to get the name, the company who owned Harvest Moon said no to them. And now they still pump out Harvest Moon games that are okay, but they're nowhere near the classic, Harvest Moon energy. So yeah, there's different experiences there. So you need to look into Story of Seasons. Yeah, Olivetown's pretty cool. I think I have not bought the Pitfall Seed yet. No. Yeah, I'm trying to get Timmy and Tommy to upgrade right now. It takes 28 days after the start of the island. So, but what impact do publishers have other than publishing the game? Like, why would it change the games themselves in terms of quality? Well, because we're not talking about the publishers, we're talking about the developers. So yeah, that's the difference there. Also, Retro Junk, your question never came into the chat, so I'm not sure what you mean, but you're welcome to send me a DM if you're worried. Yeah. We were talking about the developers. Yeah, the developers of original Harvest Moon left the team to go on their own journey. And they asked the publisher of original Harvest Moon for the name Harvest Moon, and they said no to them, forcing the developers to make a new name, and that new name is Story of Seasons. So currently, there's two different games. There's the Harvest Moon franchise that all the way back in 2014, the original developers left and split and created Story of Seasons. So now Harvest Moon is technically just a hollow shell of itself because the original developers are no longer there. Meanwhile, Story of Seasons is the original Harvest Moon developers, but they had to change their name because the publisher wouldn't let them have it in a legal battle. So yeah, that's why Story of Seasons games are actually the real Harvest Moon games. And Harvest Moon is kind of a hollow shell of itself, even though the games are still kind of okay. People still do buy and play modern Harvest Moon games, and they're pretty okay. They're not bad. They're just not the same. They're not that original spice. They don't got the secret sauce. That's like eating a McDonald's burger and then going and eating a burger that was said that it was designed to be a McDonald's burger. It's never going to taste the same. You know what I mean? Like, it's sure, maybe they got close, but it doesn't have the secret formula. It doesn't have the sauce, right? So that's kind of the difference, to go into details. So, and yeah, Retro Junk Buddy. Oh, here it is. Oh, here it is. I see. I did see your question. What do you drink other than water? Asking if you sponsor anybody. I'm not sure what you mean by that question. Sponsor as in AAA stuff? And no, I do not sponsor anybody currently. I was like a pseudo sponsor at one point for somebody, but I occasionally drink alcohol, if that's the question. Most of my drinking is just water and coffee. And occasionally I take a little bit of juice and I put the juice in the bottom of the cup and then I pour the water over it and I get like a flavored water. Like occasionally I'll take like some pure cranberry juice and I'll put like a little bit in the cup and then I'll pour water over it. That's it. Like my life is mostly water. I'm a water fiend. I pretty much only drink water. And coffee. I was drinking soda last year when I still lived at the old house because soda was so accessible because my roommate didn't ever drink water. So I was always drinking like ginger ale, which ginger ale is my favorite. But I actually kicked that habit. I'm back to no soda in my life. I haven't drank soda in probably four or 5 months. I'm pretty sure it's been about 4 months, I think. No, that's not true because I did have a bottle of soda I think about 2 months ago. When I went to the store, I bought it. But, you know, close enough. Are you into energy drinks? No, I drank a bunch of energy drinks in my 20s, but just coffee. Yeah, just coffee. Haven't had soda in about 3 years. My medicine makes all carbonation taste like liquid metal. That sucks. Yo, that sucks. What's up, Overlord Twiggy? Good to see you, dude. Here, let me catch up on chat real quick. Aw, you have a 5-year-old brother? That's cute. Any coffee brand you recommend? Not necessarily, no. I kind of just buy the coffee that's on sale. I've become a kind of a degenerate coffee drinker. Instead of drinking coffee for the taste and the flavor and the luxury of it, I just drink the stuff that's on sale. Whether it's good, bad, or ugly. I just drink the stuff that's on sale. I stopped caring a ton about flavor and stuff. Wouldn't developers have overall say on execution though? Because of money. Yeah, Ron, that's a good conversation happening in the chat for a genuine question. So this is how the gaming industry works right now. Publishers own the copyrights and own the intellectual rights, but developers don't. So developers, think about it this way. The developers are the construction workers, but they don't own the building they're making. They have no say in the building's production. They're literally just the construction workers. They show up, they clock in, and they put together the stuff that's needed to make the building function. But they have no say in the production time. They have no say in the style. They have no say in anything that happens in that building. They just show up, they clock in, and they just make the building, and that's it. That is a developer versus a publisher. Publishers have all the power, and this is one of the biggest problems in the gaming industry right now. They have all the power. The publishers generally have this power because of money. Usually, when you reach out to a publisher, it's because you are asking them to fund your game. So think about it like this. Let's say you have a great idea. So let's use my stream for an example. Let's say that I come up with a video game idea called The Great Hylian Escape. But I am just a guy, and there's 10 dudes with me that are really passionate, but I can't really get this game off the ground without more money. Maybe I need more developers, or maybe I need somebody to help me market it, or maybe I need somebody to help me make physical copies of it. That's what it used to be. Publishers were a big part of gaming back in the day, side note, because they would help with the actual production of the physical games. All right. So that was, but that's not nowadays it's not so much, but A big part of publishing back in the day was because just because you could develop a game doesn't mean you have the factories to produce the cartridges. Does that make sense? So just a side note, back in the day, a big part of it was actually production of physical media. Developers couldn't do that. So what you would do with this new game called Hylian the Grand Escape is I would reach out to a publisher and I would say, hey, I'm going to develop this game and I need you to give me money and help me develop it. And then they come up with the contractual deal. And here's where things get messy, because a lot of times the IP will get passed off in that transaction. For example, let's say that I find a publisher that says, sure, I'll give you money if you give us 51% of the rights of that IP. What are you going to do? Say no? What if you really need the money? So at that point, in order to get your game off the ground, you just gave them ownership of the IP. Now they can do whatever they want with it, and they can tell you how to make the game. So this is the problem with the gaming industry. One of the many problems is that publishers end up getting all the power because developers feel like they're nothing without the publishers. This is where the indie revolution has come into play. Now, game development is more accessible than it's ever been. No longer do these indie studios have to bow and kneel to these publishers. They can publish the game themselves through Steam. Steam takes 30%, but that's better than them losing the rights of their IP. So while sure, Steam takes 30% of their sales and, you know, there's a bunch of rules, they get to keep their IP. They own their intellectual property and they don't need a publisher. So in the modern era, the indie gaming market is slowly freeing itself from this curse of publisher versus developer. But you need to know that in most scenarios, the publishers are the ones who have the power because the publishers are the ones who have the money. And without money, your game doesn't sell. Because think about it like this. I'm a no-name developer who has no money for marketing. I'm going to make a game and I'm going to try to sell it. This is 2005 and the internet is just starting to boom. How am I going to sell my game on Nintendo? Well, I'd need to get connections with Nintendo. How am I going to sell my game on a PlayStation? Well, because I have to make connections with PlayStation. How am I going to sell my game on an Xbox? I have to make connections with Xbox. But I'm just a lowly developer. They're not going to talk to me. Who do they talk to? The publishers. So you reach out to EA and you grovel at their feet and you say, please, can you make my game, my vision, my art a reality? And EA says, sure, but here's the contract and you need to sign this bad boy in blood. And a lot of times these developers were taken advantage of because they just wanted their art to be out there. They just wanted their game to exist in the space, and they even could get rich off of it because maybe their game was a wild success. So they take a risk. All right, fine. EA, we'll give you the rights to this IP since you have the money and you make our dream come true. Boom, Spiral 1 releases, it blows up. Now all the developers in that studio, they get money, they're feeling good about themselves. Oh, but wait, we signed the rights to Spyro to EA. Now EA says, you know, it would have been Activision. Now they say, okay, well, now we need you to make 3 more Spyro the Dragons. According to this contract, we own you and we own this game. You need to pump out 3 more of them. We don't care how bad they are. You only have 2 years. Go. All of a sudden, you are the developer and you lost all power. Now you have to pump out a game. You have to do it in a certain time limit or you completely breach your contract. What are you going to do? This is why publishers have more power. This is why publishers have a say, whereas developers don't generally have a say. And this is how the relationship goes between publishers and developers. So good question and good conversation happening in the chat. And it sucks, but that's how money works, dude. Again, go back to my original analogy, right? The construction workers don't have any say in the building. The only difference is that it's not in dealing with art. That's the big difference, is that building wasn't necessarily art. It is, but it isn't. Whereas like video games were considered a form of art at first. So essentially these developers, these artists, were being taken advantage of by these publishers who just wanted to make money. So over time, the relationship got real effed up, and it's still pretty bad nowadays. Because nowadays, it's more about freelancing. So now, just to give you a little bit of insight on the modern era, now it's all contracting. Most developers are on contracts. I learned this recently. Most developers, I want to say a huge portion of developers are just contract workers. You get hired by a big company and you have a contract for 3 years and you just make games. It's not like you have a vision. It's not like you are an artist and you have this idea for a blue hedgehog. No. That era's dead. Nowadays, it's like, as a developer, you're literally just a worker. And you get a job, you get a contract, and you work on whatever project they want you to work on, and that's the end of the story. The only time you don't see that anymore is in the indie market. When you have an independent developer who says, I want to make Stardew Valley, for example. That is an independent developer, an independent studio who says, I want to make Hades. There's a good example. So they make a game and they might reach out to a publisher and make a deal with them. But, nowadays that deal can be a lot better because of Steam and because of the idea that your game can get out there because of the internet. Right? So nowadays it's getting a little bit better for the indie market because you don't have to bow to the publisher. You can say, look, I don't need EA. I don't need to give you the rights of my IP because I can make my game and it can go viral on the internet. And all I need to do is to get like streamers to support my game. Like, for example, look at Among Us. Dude, Among Us was around for 2 years, I'm pretty sure, before it blew up on Twitch. And because of Twitch, Among Us got popular. And because of that, Among Us got rich. They never once had to bow down to a publisher to do that. They managed to just find success naturally through word of mouth, content creators, Steam, and all of these other wonderful avenues that allow your game to be projected in front of people without the publishers. This is why the indie market is so important in 2025. We have to support indies, because indies are where the true art of gaming is still alive. Without indies, we just have a bunch of corporate bigwigs making decisions and forcing developers to do whatever they want them to do. And every once in a while, you get like a passionate development team and a publisher that cares. And that's how you get stuff like Baldur's Gate 3, even though I think they were indie. That's how you get like classic games like Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, because Nintendo's developers are pretty passionate. And the publisher allows them room to make good games. So those relationships can be healthy. And in 2025, the indie market is really supreme. Yeah, Expedition 33, right. Schedule 1. Yo, what's up, Black Wolf? Good to see you. So yeah, fun chat, dude. I love talking about games, so excuse me. I took a moment there to soapbox for 20 minutes, but I saw Ron asking a genuine question, and I love to spread the good word about how gaming really works and how I really wanted to end on a positive note. Take a risk on an indie game. Take a risk on 2. I promise you, like, that's the secret to the gaming space getting better for all of us. Take a risk on an indie game. Take a risk on two. Because those games are going to drive the market. Those games are going to drive the market. And meanwhile, we're all going to be sitting around and we're going to be watching the AAA market just crash before our eyes. And it's going to be the Stardew Valleys, the Hades, the Expedition 33s. Those are going to be the games that we are playing over these next 10 years that are really going to hit the spot while we wait for like the next major decent game, you know, like the tried and true IPs, the ones that are still kind of making good stuff, right? Again, I bring up Nintendo. I know I'm a shill for Nintendo, but right, like for me, pretty much gaming is just indie gaming and Nintendo at this point, personally. And maybe some of you have your favorites. Maybe for you, it's Final Fantasy and indie. Maybe for the next guy, it's, you know, Capcom and indie. We all kind of have our flavor, you know? For me, it's like the classic Nintendo titles and then indie. It's getting to the point where indie games are becoming better than AAA games. Yeah, exactly, dude. Exactly. You know, good morning. For those just tuning in, we were just talking about what's the difference between a publisher and a developer in gaming, and why do publishers have all the power? Why don't developers have more power? It was actually a super genuine question that I loved so much. And a lot of people probably don't think this hard about games, but we just went through a 20-minute discussion about how, yeah, there's a huge power struggle in that department, and it sucks. And that's why you see a lot of problems in the AAA industry, because the AAA industry is the one that's plagued the most with this idea that publishers control everything. They just, oh, the game's bad, pump it out anyways. Right? Like, one example, and then I promise I'll move on, is that game Marathon. So this game Marathon just came out recently from Bungie. All right? And Marathon got released like trash. And everyone around the game Marathon is speaking out. And they're like, yeah, we got forced to release this. We didn't want to release this. We got forced to put this out. Imagine you're this developer, you're trying to make the best experience you can, and some dude walks in your office and is like, sell it. And you're like, dude, we could use another 6 months to finish this. Sell it, pump it out, sell it, just get it out there. Who cares? And then, and here's where we are. It's right. These publishers, it's these big wigs, these top cats who are like, yeah, who cares? Just sell it. Who cares? At this point, we don't care anymore. Just sell the game. Yeah, right. And like, that's blows, dude. Like, it's brutal, right? It's like all the power is in the publisher's hands. Isn't that what Pokemon does? Yes. That was a recent discussion because Game Freak recently put out a game, like they put out a trailer for a game that was like gorgeous, and everyone was like laughing. They're like, look at this, is Game Freak, but then look at this, and they were showing off Pokemon. Well, because what's the difference between those two games? Well, there's a couple differences, but what's the main difference? Different publishers. So we got to see a snapshot of what it was like for Game Freak to have a different publisher than the Pokemon Company. We literally got to see it in real time, and everyone was so shocked. Everyone's like, what? This is what Game Freak can do? This is what Game Freak can do with more time and money. With more time and more patience, they can create a masterpiece, but they don't get that, right? They don't get that for Pokemon. That's the unfortunate side of things. Yeah. Yo, thanks for the follows coming in today, by the way. And I saw a YouTube subscription pop in as well. Thank you, man. And thank you for hitting that like button over on YouTube today. Yo, good morning. What's up, Toon? Good to see you today. Welcome in. Yeah, I do agree. the indie market is in a weird place. I'd say the oversaturation of games is worth mentioning. Yeah. Isn't Pokemon games made by the Pokemon Company? No, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that Game Freak is the developer of Pokemon games. Pokemon Company is just a publisher who owns part of it. Yeah, I think Pokemon Company and Nintendo own part of Pokemon, and maybe Game Freak as well. Who all owns the Pokemon IP? Yeah, Nintendo, Game Freak, and Creatures. Those are the so technically it's Nintendo, Game Freak, and Creatures. But Nintendo and Game Freak and Creatures came together to create a company called the Pokemon Company. So the Pokemon Company is not a separate owner of the IP, but rather a joint venture established by the three companies. I know this is confusing, but does that make sense? So there's three owners: Creatures, Nintendo, and Game Freak. They came together and created a new company called the Pokemon Company. Yeah, an umbrella, a shell, correct. But the actual development in-house is done by Game Freak. I'm pretty sure Game Freak is the main developer for the games still to this day. And they occasionally will have somebody else join in and help them. Like every once in a while, they do outsource their games. I think, wasn't Pokemon Brilliant Pearl and Shining Diamond and Brilliant Pearl, weren't those games like outsourced, right? So they do outsource sometimes. Yeah, good question though, Cafe. It's all very confusing. So, but I thought the development was only Pokemon Company, hence the name. No, that's not true. Yeah, so there you go. Development is Game Freak, and Pokemon Company essentially just handles the IP and the branding and everything. So for example, what is the role that the Pokemon Company plays in the Pokemon IP? So the Pokemon Company plays a crucial role in managing the Pokemon IP by acting as its central entity overseeing the entire franchise. So brand management, licensing and merchandising, production and distribution, regional management, and IP protection, aka suing everybody in existence. That's what they do. So the Pokemon Company is just they just handle all the important stuff outside. Right? So for example, who develops mainline Pokemon games? Keep in mind that I am reading the AI overview and sometimes it's wrong. The primary developer of the mainline Pokemon video game series is Game Freak. They're the co-owners of the Pokemon franchise. Game Freak is a Japanese video game developer best known as the primary developer and co-owners of the Pokemon series of the role-playing video games. So yeah, Game Freak's been developing them all along. Considering Red Dead Redemption is on Switch, do we think Red Dead Redemption 2 will come out for Switch? Yeah, I think so. I think we're going to see Red Dead 2. I think we're going to see GTA 5, but not GTA 6. I think we're going to see Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake. I think we might see Death Stranding 2, but later. I heard that Death Stranding 2 was actually rumored to be ported to the Switch, but it'll happen later. It is super confusing. Yeah, dude, that's why I took the time to explain it instead of just saying, no, you're wrong. Yeah, like, because I understand, man. You know what I mean? I like to explain stuff. I like to kind of share where my sources and really create a good discussion, you know? Because it's confusing. I get that. And a lot of times it feels like this stuff is purposefully confusing. But I don't think that's the case with Pokemon. Appreciate it. Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, good to have you here today. Of course, I'm not always right. So I like these types of discussions as well, because sometimes I get learnt. Sometimes I'll get learnt as well. So a little bit of a deep dive into something like this can be fun for me. Do. Okay, we already know this IP. I guess I should be keeping my DIYs just in case somebody else needs them later. Now that we have storage, we can do that. Oh, I didn't realize Death Stranding 1 wasn't on the Switch yet. Yeah, they'll start with that then. Maybe that's what I read. I think you're right. Because it didn't say 1 or 2, it just said Death Stranding is rumored to hit the Switch. Yeah, I bet you that is exactly what they were talking about, Death Stranding 1. Because Death Stranding 2 is pretty high performance-wise. Like, that wouldn't be the easiest game to port, I imagine. But 1 would be fine for the Switch, too. Yo, thank you, Sir Vin, for popping in today, dude. Good to see you, man. What's up, Necro? Welcome to the show. Yo, if I missed anybody rolling in during that rant, jump in the chat. Let me know you're out there, man. I had a fun soapbox. I really, really enjoy talking about video games. So I had a question from Black Wolf. They said, why do the same IPs always get developed by the same teams, even many years apart? I mean, that's a really good question. I think a lot of it is because of tenure, right? I think ideally, you want to have the same people working for you for years and years and years. Right? Like, ideally. Because once you build tenure in your ranks, then it's easier for you to kind of let go. And whereas, like, if you're constantly doing new development teams, then you might lose, like, the secret sauce that made the game good in the first place. This is why developers are so important and so underappreciated right now in the gaming space. Yo, what's up, Smitty? Good to see you, man. Sorry I missed you pop in. I think you did pop in a little bit ago. But I mean, IPs that haven't been out for decades. So that's interesting. So I wouldn't be surprised if those teams aren't directly the same, even if they're the same name. Because I'm sure developers cycle in and out. But maybe there's just like 1 or 2 like head honchos still left. Do you think they would go for the best? I see what you're saying. So you're essentially asking the question, why don't they like upgrade the teams over time? And I think maybe they do more than we realize. Because we don't get all that info in the background. But you still bring a good question up regardless of my thoughts. Right? I think it is interesting to wonder if, like, I think it comes down to tenure. And the reason I say this is because I think experience is better than skills. And that's why. I think experience and tenure is more important than your skills and your ability. And that's probably why old IPs stick with the same developers. Because that experience and that tenure is going to go for miles, whereas the skills might not always be placed accordingly. That's kind of my theory. I'm just kind of theory crafting right now because it's kind of a philosophical question in a way. You're definitely making me think, though. Yo, what up, Perpetrator? Good to see you, my dude. Yeah. Decades apart, it's probably not the same people. It's probably just the same company name, and they've cycled new people in. Like for Nintendo, for example, they've had the same people overseeing Zelda games for like 40 years, 50 years. right? Those people are just now backing off, but the development teams have all been fresh. Like for Breath of the Wild, they purposefully hired new staff. They said they wanted younger talent. But they still kept the same like higher ups. They kept the same like old dudes like kind of running the show. Yeah, I did a full playthrough of Scarlet and Violet on the channel, and then we did some Nuzlocke as well. And then we also did the DLC. Yeah, all that stuff, some of that stuff's on YouTube, but not all of it, because Twitch made me switch all my content around. But some of it's on YouTube. Yeah. Poke around. You'll find a Scarlet and Violet playthrough on YouTube, but it's not fully finished. All right, awesome. I'm gonna watch on YouTube when I'm off tonight. Yeah. First couple episodes for my Scarlet and Violet adventure are there. And I'll have to get those Nuzlocks up because the Nuzlocks were fun, dude. They were a blast. All right, I'm gonna stand up and stretch really quick. I'll be right back. Thanks for your patience, everyone. Thank you very much for your patience. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you, chat. Thank you for your patience. Oh. Okay, sick. All right, let's go get one Nook Miles ticket and go on an island and see who shows up for funsies. Yeah, well, for funsies here, we'll see who shows up, dude. Villager Island Roulette. Yeah. If it's clay, we burn down the island. Story of Seasons Pioneers of Olive Town is currently on sale for $13.99. Nice. Exactly what I need to have a good day. Yeah, dude, let's lock in. Best part of the game. Let's lock in, baby. Let's lock in, baby. Cheeky Gamba. We could do a Gamba if you guys want. I wasn't gonna, but sure. What's up, Liz? Hope you're feeling good today, dude. Boom, 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 boom. All right, you asked for Cheeky. There you go. Will Tangy be on this island? I'm still recovering from the believers moment yesterday for Gamba. Man, a lot of people believed. A lot of people believed yesterday. That was crazy, right? All right, here you guys go. Cheeky Gamba. Will Tangy be on this island? Will Tangy be on this island? Nobody autofilled yet. As I predicted, the autofill didn't happen in one day. So potentially tomorrow we're gonna have 2 empty islands. Potentially tomorrow we're gonna have 2 empty spaces. Potentially. Could you imagine? That would be crazy, right? 250k on no. No's a pretty good cash in here, even if it's just a little bit. You'll make yourself a handful of seeds. A handful of seeds. Yeah, so Necro, they more often do if you have a queue. So here's an interesting fact. If you have a queue built up by playing online with other people, then autofills tend to happen within one day. But if you don't have a queue filled up and the game is autofilling just from the random pool of villagers, then it can take multiple days to autofill. It's very strange. Yeah, how interesting.
The sub is finally older than I am. Here with my blueberry donut and breakfast sandwich before work.
Dude, what's up, Vault Dweller Lee, man? Do you need Nook Miles tickets? I am gonna need Nook Miles tickets for the future. I am gonna need Nook Miles tickets for the future. I don't need them today, but I am gonna need them in the future. So I might be reaching out in the Discord for some help. But we don't need them today. We're okay today. We're just gonna vibe today. I didn't plan on doing a hunt today. And the main reason I don't want to hunt today is because I don't want to go online yet. So I didn't talk about this too much earlier, but I'll go ahead and I'll talk about it now. It's because I don't want to go online yet, because if I go online and visit somebody, I'm going to start getting the queue filled up. I would kind of like to avoid that for a little longer, but I'm not going to be able to avoid it forever. So by the end of this week, we'll probably be getting some tickets. Do you get the queue if people come to you instead? Yes, no matter what, there will be a chance that somebody goes into my queue. Yeah. I think the only way to circumvent the queue would be like this. To only do multiplayer with a new island. Ooh, nice, we got oranges. So like, here's how you could circumvent the queue. You could only do internet with a new island that's never voided a villager. Because the way the queue works is that it's only villagers that you've let go from your island. So in theory, if I were to play with somebody who's never let go of a villager, then my queue would probably never get touched. Do you know if 2 Point Museum's on the Switch 2? Not yet. But it's supposed to come to the Switch 2 soon, Tay-Ray. Not yet. But the other 2 Point games run pretty well on the Switch 2. So I'm sure it'll be okay. Oh, hey, it's that one alert. You know I gotta take home some oranges. No! No, they walked onto the screen. Oh, no, I was trying to hide it. Oh, big. What is her name? Ursula? I don't know, but she ain't tangy. Effing Ursula. Everyone's mad. No one likes Ursula now. She has no idea what she's done. What did I do? She's got that Will Byers haircut. Apparently that's the in hair nowadays. That's what people are dressing their kids in. Will Byers and mullets. Welcome to 2025 child raising, everybody. Will Byers and mullets. Bowl cut. I had a bowl cut once as a kid. Just once. I have a mullet. F. Hey, I didn't say mullets were bad. I'm just saying that is the current children's style. Yo, thanks for the biddies, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm more of a Billy type. Is there a limit on how many pictures you can get? No, I don't think so. I think you could eventually get every single photo in this game. Yep, every single photo could be yours. I'm neither. That bald emote's the best. I like my bald emote though. So here's the difference between those emotes. Is my bald emote, it represents hope. It represents hope. See that? Like, look at that's hope, random. Whereas yours is despair. Sleepy Bears is despair. It's Sag, I'm bald, and this is my life. Mine is, wow, look, maybe there is a chance. If I just shave off the whole top of my head, technically I won't be bald. like look at my face. There's a naive wonder behind that face. Think about it. Like, really take a look at that face. Like, it's like a naive one. It's like a who knows the possibilities. Like, We'll get our mullets one day. That's just bald by choice. That's a good way to word it. There's people who are bald, and then there are people who are bald by choice. Me, personally, I can't stand people who are bald by choice, but who secretly have a full head of hair. Like, what are you doing? You're sick. You're sick. Halloween. Just comb over those 18 hairs. No one will notice. Excuse me, 23. The count has gone up because I've been hydrating. Thank you very much. Boom, 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 boom. I wish I had double digits. 23 hairs in me. I was sick though. Yeah, I mean that's okay. I think that's different. You know, I'm mostly talking about those people who do it as like a style thing. Like, I have all this hair on my head, but I'm gonna shave myself bald. Like, what are you doing? How dare you? There's people. That's like when your mom would tell you that when you weren't finishing your dinner, and she would say, there are people who are starving out there. What do you think you're doing? Yeah, that's the same thing. There are people out there who are bald, and you're just shaving it off? How dare you? There are an unfortunate group of people out there that are bald, and you are just shaving it off voluntarily? You're sick. You're... Okay, Costanza, you're sick, dude. You're sick. Okay, Mom, send my peas to starving people then. I don't want them. Has anybody ever gotten that response from a kid? That's pretty clever, actually. That's a smack in the mouth right there. If I would have said that to my mom, that's a smack in the mouth. Okay, then send my peas to starving people. I don't want them. That's a backhand right there. That's a Gibbs slap. That's what that is. It wouldn't even have been a smack in the mouth. That would have been a Gibbs smack in the back of the head. Boom, 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 boom. I told my daughter that the whole there are starving people out there, eat your veggies. She would probably sass back. She has no fear at all, and all my sass. Gotta be careful of a kid with no fear. What up, Flip Toast? Not the Gibbs smack? Yeah, the Gibbs smack, dude. Nice. Sister fruit acquired. Very nice. Very nice. I wasn't like that kind of kid. I loved vegetables. What about you, chat room? I loved vegetables. When I went through the lunch line to get my free lunch every day because we were kind of poor, I would be like, yo, I see these other kids aren't eating their broccoli. Could I get a second helping? And the lunch lady would flash her maniacal grin and say, sure, kid, eat up. And she'd give me a second helping of broccoli. Because nobody else wanted it, dude. I was all about my veggies as a kid. I'd rather starve before eating a vegetable as a kid. Yeah, no way. I loved my veggies. There was only a couple things I didn't like as a kid, and and mostly it was a texture thing. Certain textures would be off-putting to me. Bro, she was also on those cigarette commercials because I just imagine that all lunch ladies are these like maniacal, have some more sloppy joes. Like I'm sorry, like that's a stereotype, and I'm willing to admit that that's an unfair one. But I just imagine all lunch ladies are these like burly shouldered, hairnet wearing, kind of weird baked bean looking teeth Like, some more broccoli, kid. My mom was a lunch lady. No offense to my mom, but she used to cook things to oblivion, so I didn't really like a lot of stuff. Hey, not everyone's a cook, man. The only vegetables I liked growing up are mushrooms, and still to this day, the only reason I liked them was because I saw Mario have them. Free lunches were the best. Brussels sprouts, though, dude, I love Brussels. What's one food that you can't stand in the modern era, chat room? What's one food that you can't stand? I actually don't have an easy answer for this. I love food. Obviously, look at me. Honestly, grapefruit is pretty high up on the list of foods that are pretty hard for me to eat. Grapefruit can be brutal without some sugar, but it's still doable. So it's not the answer for me, but my brain just thought about grapefruit. Cooked carrots, that's so funny. Canned mushrooms are not, dude, I hate canned mushrooms. I'm not gonna lie, dude, I despise canned mushrooms. Get that canned crap out of here. Now, fresh mushrooms might be some of my favorite stuff ever. Love fresh mushrooms. Canned, gots to go. School pizza back in the day was the bomb. I didn't really like the. Are you talking about the rectangle? Are you talking about the rectangle school pizza? Hold on. School pizza. Let me see. What does school pizza look like nowadays? What did it look like for me? So it was this. It was basically this. Hold on, I'll pull it up in just a second. Or... yeah, like pretty much this. But honestly, this looks good. Like as a kid, it did not look this good. All right, so like, I don't know, man. I thought school pizza was whack. But I'll be real though. I wasn't really a big pizza kid. Like I loved pizza, but I was the weirdo where I would rip all the toppings off of pizza if it wasn't good toppings. I'm not gonna lie. I was honestly like that degenerate little kid where like if my mom ordered pizza from this place called Pizza Pan growing up, we had these place called Pizza Pan and you could get like 8 pizzas for the price of 1 because it was all such bad food. You could literally order like, you get like 7 pizzas for like the price of 1 because it was so dirt cheap. It was like such bad quality food. I swear to you, dude, they would have these deals growing up, like buy 1, get 16 free. You want a large pizza? Get 18 more. Feed the whole freaking city, baby. Like it was crazy, right? So you'd go into this place and you'd come out with a stack of za for like the price of 1, right? And like as a poor family, it was necessary. And I hated the cheese, dude. Like, I hated the cheese. Pizza Pan, pizza, 90s. I hated the cheese, dude. It was nasty. Pizza Pan brand pizza. It was dude, it was like, I hate it. So I would rip all the cheese off of it and I would just eat the bread and the sauce. And let me tell you, dude, I was not a picky eater. I was not a picky eater, dude, but for some reason, the cheese on a Pizza Pan pizza was not good. And I would, but man, this looks good though. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this doesn't look that bad, but I remember this tasting atrocious. I remember this not being good. Yeah, I remember this rectangle pizza not being good, dude. I don't know. But I bring this up every single time we talk about school lunches. What do y'all know about this? If you know, you know, and if you don't know, then you don't know. What do you know about Fiestada pizza? Who knows about the Fiestadas, dude? Fiestada Day was the best day to go to school of all time. The Fiestada. This is it, man. This was the jam. Fiestada Day was so good, dude. This was it, dude. This was it, dude. The Mexican pizza, dude. Oh man, I'd go around, I'd be wheeling and dealing like, yo, let me get that Fiestada though, dude. What do I gotta do to get you to give me your Fiestada today, baby? I'd be out there wheeling and dealing on them. What do I gotta do? Sometimes I'd have like 6 of them. I remember, no, for real, dude, one lunch period, I got 6 Fiestadas stacked on my plate. I had 6 of them bad boys. I went back to the table with 6 of them on my plate, like, let's go. I traded a dude like $1. I traded a dude like a future $1. I gave one dude a back rub. I don't know. That last part was a joke, but I was doing whatever I could to get some Fiestadas. I'll never forget, I had like 6 of them bad boys stacked. Everyone at the lunch table's looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, Fiestada, dude. Trading chocolate milks. Can we have an elementary school lunch themed scuffed eats? Yeah, sure. That sounds fun, man. What's up, Aurora Sunrise? Good to see you. Welcome back in here, Shady. Yeah, oh my gosh, wheeling and dealing on them. Do y'all have picnic lunches too? Maybe when I was like really young, but once we got to middle school and high school, there was nothing really that cool going on at all. Occasional ice cream socials. Unfortunately, the class above me in high school, ruined it so we couldn't leave on lunches. Apparently the graduation class that left when I came in as a 9th grader ruined the option for us to go leave for lunch. So when I finally got to 11th and 12th grade, we weren't allowed to leave campus for lunch during high school. We couldn't do that. We weren't allowed. We just always had to stay there. Sucked. Off-campus lunch was the best. Yeah. Not that I should have been. To be honest, I was so bad about going to school that if you gave me an excuse to leave, I wouldn't come back. So, like, to be fair, they were totally right and justified in what they did. Like, I'll be the first to admit, like, I would have just never came back every day. So, like, you know, I get it, I guess. I don't want to sell the whole clump, dude. There's no way to split stacks. Elementary school's teaching you to trade in barter, while cold medicine cups teach you how to take shots. That's a funny way to look at it. It wasn't the class before, it was you, wasn't it? No. The reason it was all, we had like gang violence and stuff. Like, real talk. That was actually the reason. People were getting jumped and beat up. Yeah. It was bad. It was bad, dude. People were getting beat up, jumped on the street. They were like, yeah, you can't be leaving school anymore. Yeah. It's like, yeah, you guys got to stay here, man. We can't be having people go out there. Boom, 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 boom. We had to bribe the parking lot security guard with food to get out. There's a little bit of bribing happening around our parts as well. That's pretty funny. We didn't have a guard? Yeah, we did. We had security guards. And then eventually, like halfway through my high school journey, we had an actual driving guard that would drive around the local neighborhoods and stuff and look for kids that were not at school. And then they would straight up pull you over and be like, yo, what are you doing? Why aren't you in school? So like, imagine like you were off for the day because like you were sick and your mom was like, go to the store for me. You'd get pulled over. What are you doing out of school? Go to school. I always found it crazy. I'm like, dude, you don't know what I'm doing out here. I could be a grown man in a little person's body. You don't know. Why are you pulling me over? I used to get mad about it. Yeah, you don't have to apologize, Shady. You're good, buddy. You enjoy the show however you want, man. Yeah, thank you, dude. No worries at all. I feel like that's something George Washington would fight about. Benjamin Button, yeah. Yeah, you didn't know what I was about. Man, I used to always, I figured out a way to get around it though, because we had this thing where you had to bring an ID to school, but if you didn't bring your ID in, then you could get a temporary ID that you would have to wear. So what I would do is if I was walking around the neighborhoods, either skipping or leaving school, I would hide my ID. And then when I got pulled over by the truancy officer, I would be like, I had a temp ID, but I threw it away. And he would go, okay, so then what's your name? And I would just give him my buddy's name. And listen to this. One day, I'm talking to my buddy, and he's like, dude, I keep getting called up to the office, and they keep accusing me of skipping school, and I even got suspended. And he's like, I don't know what's going on. I don't understand. I'm not doing anything wrong. And this whole time, it was me doing this. It was me, dude, the whole time. Every time I got pulled over, I was like, yeah, I'm Dom. And I would give him my dude's full name. Because in my mind, I was like, what are they going to do about it? Well, apparently, dude was actually getting in trouble. I thought it was hilarious. I'm like, and here's the best part. Here's the best part. And I think this is worth noting. Like, I was like a chubby white kid, and he was like a thin black kid. So the fact that like this truancy officer was taking my name down, but they weren't actually talking about it. Obviously, because somehow he was still getting in trouble, but nobody was like pointing at the fact that like you pulled over a chubby white kid. He said his name was Dominique. And then you're calling Dominique to the office. Like nobody like pointed and said like there's something wrong here. like nobody said anything, and it just kept happening. And I'm just like, okay, like I just find that to be crazy. I'm like, you would think you would say like something, you would describe the person, anything, but there was obviously like a hole in their communication because he kept getting in trouble, dude. So chat, I'm gonna confess though. I never told Dom that I did that. So if he's out there watching, I'm sorry, dude, but it was me. It was me, Dom. It was me, dude. I'm sorry, man. Listen, this was a long time ago, dude. Yeah, he never knew. I never told him it was me. Justice for Dom. You let your homie get suspended? Yeah, never said a word. I was just like, oh, frick. That sucks, dude. This man is a menace. I've been teaching high school for 3 years, and I can tell you that schools will do anything to try to get students from skipping, but they basically got rid of truancy offers in my district after COVID. What's up, McNug? Appreciate you for teaching, man. Teaching is an underappreciated job, and I just want to say, I just want to take the time to say thank you to all the teachers out there, because y'all are doing the Lord's work, and we don't appreciate our teachers enough in this society. Thanks, man. At this point in time, ignorance is bliss. Whoa! Louis showed up again with some cheeks. 2 Louis and only 11 tickets. That sucks. All right, let's go look for a DIY. And let's get some wood while we're here. All the respect to teachers. Yeah, teachers don't get enough love here, man. I realized a little too late that I should have just been a teacher, because I could have made a difference where it counted, I think. Maybe one day I'll still do it. I could be that really old dude who's teaching you. Super old dude. I'll do it when I'm like, maybe I'll retire into teaching. I'll just be like a 60-year-old teacher who can barely keep up. But I'll be the best teacher, I promise. You'll be able to distract me by just asking me to tell you stories about my childhood. Be like, oh, teacher, I know we were about to talk about the physics of the Pythagorean theorem, but could you just quickly tell us that story again about how you used to scam that kid Dom in high school? Oh, let me tell you what. Oh, I don't know why. Why do I sound like this in the future? I don't know. Oh, yeah. So here's the story. Yo, tell us about those Mario Kart streams. Oh, the legendary Charlie. I couldn't take him down, but I'll never forget the one time I did. One mention of Zelda lore and the lesson is a write-off. Yeah. Teaching's a pretty chill gig. Couldn't be me. Imagine being a teacher. Somebody say Mario Kart. My sister got a master's in on field and went back and got her second master's, so she become a special education teacher. She's been a teacher in Chicago for like 9 years. Yeah, man, that's crazy. I really do mean it when I say that. Like, thank you. Like, it's almost like, it almost kind of sounds like silly. Like when I say it, like, thank you for your service. But why can't I say that? Teaching might be just as important as, you know, anything else out there, you know? Like, thank you for your service. I feel like you're seriously underappreciated, man. To be a math teacher and do word problems. If you owe Tom Nook 567,000 bells, how many turnips will you need to buy on Sunday if they sell for 150 bells on Tuesday? Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you could always tell. You can always tell when a teacher like really cares, dude. I remember my science teacher. I remember the amount of like extra steps that like my science teacher would take. They were cool. I had a math teacher that like really cared as well. Yeah, you could always tell. You can always tell those who are doing it for a job and just doing it for the passion of it. Now, I don't think that it's necessarily right to completely judge a teacher whose heart's not fully in it, because we all get burnt out. I do, however, think it's fair to say, if you're not going to be passionate about it, don't take the job. And that's kind of rough and maybe controversial to say, because obviously the more teachers we have, the better. but I almost think it's more about quality over quantity is like ideally what you would want, right? Like quality over quantity, but that's unfortunately not the case. We kind of need more teachers, so it's like quantity is important as well. But still, I've always felt that way growing up. I'm like, dude, if you don't want to be here, don't put yourself in that position. Because that just sucks for the kids. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of sucks for the kids. Like, if I had an island move out recently and now I have a vacant spot, will it stay vacant until I find a new island from a Nook Miles ticket? I assume someone will come from the campsite, and do I have to accept them to the island? I'm looking for someone specific. All right, so Loud Felix, here's how that works. So, if somebody moves out and you have a vacant slot, it can autofill between 1 and 3 days. Usually, somebody will randomly move in the place of your old villager. And you can't really do much about it. Between 1 to 3 days, it's going to fill automatically. So you can either just wait for it to fill up, or you have 2 other options. Actually, 3. Let's go over all of them. Your second option is to go to a Nook Miles island, use a Nook Miles ticket, and to go find a villager that you would prefer to live there and invite them to move in. So that's your second option. Your third option is the campsite. You could have somebody show up at the campsite. You do not have to take them. The only campsite villager you have to take is the first. So if a campsite villager just so happened to show up while you have a vacant slot, you could invite them to move in. Now, it's no guarantee, but you could try to invite them to move in. So your third option is the campsite, but you're not forced to answer that question. Last but not least, amiibo cards. If you didn't know, you could also scan a villager in using the amiibo feature, and you could invite villagers to live on your island via the amiibo feature in the game. So those are your options.
This is epic.
Good luck. Good luck. Yo, Farrell's Barkley coming in with the 5 gifted subs. Bringing in the generosity. Good morning, Farrells. What's up, dude? Hello. Hello, dude. Thanks, man. Thanks for the 5 gifted, dude. Thanks for the 5 pack in the chat. Appreciate your generosity. Today's my mom's birthday. She's 58 years old. She wants to go to Chuck E. Cheese for the salad bar. And if it doesn't have a salad bar anymore, she wants to go to Texas Roadhouse. I'm down to go to Chuck E. Cheese. I want to go to Chuck E. Cheese as an adult and just... Actually, no, I don't. I think if I were to walk into a Chuck E. Cheese as an adult, I think it would feel eerie and scary and I'd want to leave. I think if I were to go into a Chuck E. Cheese as an adult, it would feel like a liminal space at this point. I think it would feel like a liminal space at this point. I don't know if I would like to do that. I think it would be scary, dude. Random. They won't serve you. You actually can't get in without a kid. Oh, really? So I have to go buy a kid off the street before I can go to Chuck E. Cheese? Wow. Great society we live in. I gotta run. Have a great time, everyone. What? Farrell's Barkley comes in, says hello, drops 5, and says, I gotta go. Can we get a round of love in the chat? Farrell's, thank you for the support, dude. I hope you've been well. I'd love to catch up soon. If you have a moment today, clearly you don't. Have a wonderful day today, all right? Thank you again for the support, man. Seriously.
Hi fam, life got busy, but I missed you all.
What? Wait, Pixie Skies. Good to see you, Pixie. How you been, man? It's been a little while. That's not a bad thing, though. But it's been a little while for sure, man. How you been? No matter how much time you put between yourself and this community, we're going to welcome you back with open arms, dude.
This is epic.
We'll welcome you back with open arms, dude. No worries. Let me refresh this. Wait, what? Legend has it, if you show up at Chuck E. Cheese as an adult without any children, Chris Hansen meets you at the door. What?
This is epic.
Why? What? Whoa! Whoa! Thank you, Random Reject, for the 5 gifted subs, and thank you very much, Pixie Skies, for the 5-pack as well. What the heck, man? Thank you, dude. We can amiibo in villagers to just have coffee with them at Brewster's. Yes, you can. Yeah, that is an option. Yeah. Thank you, Pixie. Good to see you, man. I hope you've been well. Appreciate you. Like I said, no matter how much time you put between yourself and the community, we're going to welcome you back. Just nice to have you in the chat. You don't have to worry about all that. Thank you for the support, though. Random Reject, thank you as well. Good morning, Starbows Breaks and MH Reels. I'll call you Reels. Welcome to the show, Reels. Hey.
Sorry,
This ain't the Sims. Sorry, this ain't the Sims. Sorry. Dude, this guy's been standing in front of my house. I can't get in here. I can't get in my house normally with Mac sitting in front of my door. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Cozy, for the gifted over to Miss Bernia. Hey, you sniped a good one, dude. Hey, Miss Bernia, enjoy the gifted. Thank you, Dolore, for the 300 biddies. I appreciate you. How did you do that? How do you do that? Wait, how do I do what? What's up? What's up, little chai cup? I could go for some chai tea, dude. Zelda 2 love. I like how your chat looks. Thanks, dude. Yeah, me too. You got the lucky cat already? Yes. It was the first thing I got from Gulliver. Team chai. I need to chill with a cup of coffee, to be honest. Cheers. I still got some left, but it's cold. Oh, villagers and coffee at Brewster's. There's a machine in the back left. Yeah, in the back left of Brewster's, there's a machine you can scan a village. You can scan an amiibo card. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have it unlocked yet, or I would show you. Yeah, I don't have it unlocked yet, though. Yeah, thanks for the follow, Reels. Dang, a hype train popping off at level 5. That's massive. Thank you, chat room. I appreciate you. Choo Choo incoming. Good to see you in the chat today, Ella. Welcome in. Coke and ramen noodles for my morning. Nice. I haven't had ramen noodles in a little while. Sometimes it's nice to get to have some ramen, though. You know, I've never had restaurant ramen before. I still have yet to try restaurant ramen. I want to do that one day. Cereal, bacon bits, and OJ for my mornings. So good. Just came back from work, ready to chill. What's up, Soy Timo? Dude, good to see you, buddy. Do it. Nice mug. Thanks. Oh, you meant this mug. I thought you were talking about this one. Yeah, I like it. It's yellow, so it green screens. The restaurant next to the GameStop has good ramen. I'll have to go check it out. What's up, Gremlin Vibes? Good to see you, Gremlin. Yo, salutes to the hype train in the chat. Thank you. Appreciate the hype coming in here today. Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate that. Let's go get some materials here. Decorating a bit in the meadows. Nice, UK Net. We'll be checking out some more DDV today. Not the John Cena salute. But what's the point of that if you can't see him? Huh? Yo, Miss Bernia getting the H-Des howdy in the chat. We like that.
Here is a present for you.
Anonymous with the gifted sub, trying to save the train. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you. Good morning, Figs and Roses. Ramen from a restaurant is super good, but instant ramen is always welcome too. It's nostalgic comfort. Yeah, I agree with that. I prefer the instant ramen in a cup, personally, but some stovetop can be good too. Yeah, thank you again, Anonymous. I appreciate that. You have 2 ripe cucumbers I'm picking from my garden today. Can't wait to eat them. Quay coming in with a 45-month primer. That's right, baby. Bringing in those primers, baby. Thank you, Quay. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, dude. I'll take the instant ramen and fancy it up at home. That's true. I guess I could just fancy up my own bowl of ramen. I guess I just never really considered that. Hard-boiled egg, some sort of meat, some scallions, boom. Done, ready to go. Yo, what's up, Miss Yari? Korean ramen? I've never had, yeah. I feel so rich, I add an egg and a sausage to my instant ramen. Dude, wait, you add eggs to your ramen in this economy? Tag, dude. Yo, pass some of that egg money this way. Pork belly is amazing in ramen. What's up, Rosary? Egg prices go burr. My egg prices aren't too bad, to be honest. But maybe I just don't have a good lock on, like, my local economy. Like, I don't know. I don't know what egg prices were before, but they're not that bad now. Perhaps he has chickens. I keep my ramen simple. You ever ate ramen chips? You ever ate ramen chips, chat, where you take the ramen out of the package and you just pour a little bit of the dust on it and you just eat it like a chip? Some ramen chips, dude. My cousin does that. So nasty. Hey, don't judge, man. Sometimes we're hungry and we don't want to wait 2 minutes for my instant ramen to cook. All right, don't. Who's got 2 minutes? All right, I'll go one further. When I was a kid and like there was no food in the house, I would take the hot cocoa packets and I would just open up the hot cocoa packets and I would just eat the hot cocoa packet powder with the little freeze-dried marshmallows. I was a degenerate kid, man. Ew. What, man? I didn't want to go through the process of making a cup of hot cocoa. I just wanted some chocolate powder. Are you serious? Dude, I was young, man. I was like 8 years old, 10, 12. I would eat bouillon cubes when we didn't have food. I'm glad somebody understands. Used to eat iced tea powder. I used to use iced tea powder. I would use an extra amount of iced tea powder so that it would stay at the bottom of the cup, and so that I could eat it with a spoon after. So I would put like an extra amount of iced tea powder, and then it would sit at the bottom of the cup and be all wet and sugary, and I would just like pour it into my mouth or eat it with the spoon. Saltines with butter. That was, for sure, that was margarine. Smart, not gonna lie. Same with sugar on my health cereal. White bread slapped so hard when there was no food. Me and my sister would go to town. Yeah, just a slice of bread. So I upgraded from a slice of bread, though. I would make what I called sugar toast. And I would toast the bread, and then I would pour sugar on it. Because we didn't have anything else to eat, so I'd be like, I'm gonna make some sugar toast. I wouldn't even put butter or anything. I would just pour sugar on it. I'd make that after school all the time. Yeah, or some cinnamon and sugar. Yeah. Some sugar toast. No, I wasn't fancy enough to put butter and cinnamon together. I don't know why, man. I was kind of afraid of like cooking as a kid. So like I wouldn't overcomplicate stuff. It wasn't until I got a little bit older. I'll never forget the first time I ever made pancakes. I made pancakes for my sister, and for some reason the pancakes kept coming out like dry, and like I couldn't figure out what was going on. I kept eating. I'm like, oh, these are like gross. Well, it turns out like I didn't properly mix the batter, and there was still like dry like flour in the batter. So I'm like trying to make these pancakes, and they're coming out dry and like gritty, and I'm like, what's wrong with these? I think at this point I'm probably like 11 years old, and I was trying to make them for my sister. No, I was probably like 12. Yeah, 12 or 13, and I was making some for my sister and I, and like they kept coming out terrible. Like, and that was like the first time I ever tried to cook like a meal in my house, like a true meal. The closest thing before that would have been like boxed mac and cheese. Oh, nice. Congratulations to the brother UKNet. I have no clue about struggle meals. Yeah, the struggle meals were a thing for sure. Sometimes it was just about being lazy, though. There's that, too. All right, assess some fossils. At least you tried. Yeah. It was rough. We're all different pace cooks. Just learned how to cook a steak last year. Nice. Kraft mac and cheese. I could eat a whole pot of that. You want to know what's even better than Kraft mac and cheese? Is Kraft mac and cheese with tuna. That is the play. Throw in a can of tuna, dude. Nope. Blasphemous. Yep, throw in a can of tuna, dude. Oh, that's the jam. Midwestern nonsense. In this weather. Well, I mean, you know, I'm not going to eat it right now. Tuna with peas. Velveeta shells and cheese with tuna is better. Fair. Dude, hot dogs? Dude, cut up hot dogs is good too. Cut up hot dogs and mac and cheese went hard for sure. I'll give you that. I'm going to keep this little fish for my house. Got him working, Lurk? Yo, enjoy the work, Lurk, and thank you again for the support coming in. That goes to everybody. Thank you for the hype train today. Thank you so much, Quay. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much. Yeah. No worries, Pixie. Glad to see you pop in, dude. Hopefully we can catch up soon. I hope you've been well. Appreciate you. Never heard of mac and tuna, though. Really? You've never heard of mac and tuna before? I thought this was like a common thing that everyone understood. What? That's crazy. Kraft dinner and Doritos. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Honestly, Doritos goes good with everything because it's just so overly processed. It doesn't matter. Yeah, you could just put Doritos in anything. You know, outside of like a bowl of cereal or something crazy like that, you just eat Doritos with anything, to be honest. Butter noodles. I ate butter noodles pretty often. My favorite was butter noodles with Parmesan cheese, though. Yeah, that was my favorite, though. Tuna or chicken and mayo, eat it with chips? Yeah, sure. We ate a lot of, like, tuna, like, you would do tuna with mayo, salt, and pepper on crackers. That was something I ate, like, pretty regularly, actually. Yeah, for sure. Just tuna with a little bit of mayo, salt, pepper and some crackers. Now, add chips to that? Sure, chips probably be just as good. Yeah, I remember that Hearts of Violet, yeah. Butter, salt, parm, egg noodles. Yeah, boy. All of you got me beat. Y'all are like Gordon Ramsay chefs over here. It's funny that you say that, considering I just said that I would eat hot cocoa packets. So maybe the chat, but certainly not me. Give me those freeze-dried marshmallows. Oh my gosh. Gordon would spit. Oh, yep. Well, it's been a long day. Gonna go ahead and kick off the feet, the shoes. Gonna kick off the socks. Take off the shirt. Get me a Paps. Yeah. Get me a Paps. Let's go, baby. Yeah, there you go. That's the play right there, GameCube Fox. With your paper crown. Because I'm the king of Paps. I'm waiting for my sponsorship. All right, let's do some DDV. If you were here for Animal Crossing specifically, hit that follow, like, and subscribe over on YouTube. We'll be doing plenty of Animal Crossing to come. All right. But we're gonna switch over to DDV today. We're gonna play some Disney Dreamlight Valley. We're preparing for our sponsorship tomorrow. And more importantly, just like the new content coming out. That just so happens to be around the sponsorship. But we have new content coming out, part 2 of the DLC. I'm gonna go check it out. Oh yeah, no problem, Reels. I appreciate you, dude. Sponsorship? Yeah, we snagged the sponsorship up for the new content coming out here for Disney Dreamlight Valley. Shout out to Gameloft for the opportunity, of course, and thank you YouTube for hitting that like. We hit our 20 like goal here today. Thank you, man. All right, Storybook Vale Part 2 prep. Getting ourselves locked in, and we've been making a ton of progress. We are getting close. All right, I just got to change my titles and stuff. Give me just a moment, and I'll be ready. Do. Oh, it would help if we changed the game category. A. Okay, that should be good. That should be good. What are we thinking today? Are we thinking... Hold on. Sure, New Leaf 7 p.m.? Yeah? That'll be a good one, right? All right, chat room. You have officially reached today's checkpoint for the day. I recently had been discovering this TikTok, actually, where this guy would say, "You've reached a checkpoint," and then he would play super chill video game music. And I was like, I like that. You know, I'm going to incorporate that into my show. So here we are, today's checkpoint. I like to think of this as like a video game. And you know how in your favorite video games, specifically, I think RPGs are what come to mind. If you have a favorite RPG, I'd love to hear about it. where you get to that checkpoint and it feels so good. That save point. You remember, this was an old school gaming thing where you'd walk to an area. There was actually like a circle that was glowing on the ground. And this was the checkpoint, the save point. And that's where you've reached today. So take a moment to take a deep breath. If you're just tuning in, that's cool too, dude. Maybe you just got to that checkpoint a little sooner than others. That's fine. Take a moment to take a deep breath. Enjoy the jams for a moment here. Feel free to jump into the chat and let me know you're out there. If I haven't had a chance to say hello to you, I'd love to say hello to you. And we're going to take this opportunity to jump over to the media share. And we're going to share a little bit from the media share in the Discord. All right. So let's go ahead and chill out. Let's take a deep breath. Let's take a break from the games. And let's check out some of the dealings here in our media share. Let's go ahead and take a look-see, all right? So don't forget to save your games, y'all. Get up, stretch, maybe get that blood moving. Thank you, Shelly, so much for the 7-month Prime. And we're starting off with our friend Kels, who's got a picture with their pops looking like a healthy bean. Look at this, dude. Me and my pops from Kels. They said, Happy 4th of July. Kels is such a lovely human. I do play this on Switch right now, Claire, and I'm thinking about switching to PC. Yes, I do have a code for the game. Yeah, thank you, Cozy, for sharing that. That's a cute pic, right? I like that one a lot, man. Ooh, hide and seek with Cozy. What is this? Today I reopened the book of good old rock painting. I haven't painted in a hot minute, but we're starting off with a Pikmin theme for summer. Here's a little peek at my first Pikmin and some of the previous rocks that I've hid. Hopefully, they made the finder smile real big. Oh, look at how cool this is, dude. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I knew about Cozy being a rock painter because I actually have an exclusive piece of Cozy's work right here in my house. So I can actually show you real quick. This was actually sent to me from the coaster themselves way back a couple years ago, but they made me an Aesop rock. And this is based off of one of his albums. My favorite musical artist, Aesop rock. It's this gorgeous rock. So I knew about Cozy and their whole rock painting thing, but I didn't realize you were still keeping up with it. That's very cool. Yeah, very cool. Look at that, dude. Look at that. I got one of those. It's sitting right on my desk. Sitting right on my desk, man. How about that? How cool is that? Look at this one. Oh, dude, Hank Hill. I don't think what is this? What is this, dude? Look at with Texas. What is this nonsense? Cheese, okay, Wallace and Gromit, and Pop Rocks. You made the Pop Rocks. What? That's so cool. Why are you so cool? Stop. Somebody needs to time Cozy out. You're getting timed out for being too cool. I like that. That's super goofy. Oh, nice. Rocco's Modern Life rock. Rocco's Modern Life rock. That's cool, man. Yo, thanks for sharing, dude. Very rad. New Leaf? Oh, Leafeon. You know it wouldn't be a share session without some cats. Take a look at this. Dang. I wish every checkpoint in every video game came with cat pics. Screw you. You want to put ads in video games? No. I want cat pics in video games. I want to go to the save point. I want to take a deep breath and I want to look at a couple pictures of some cute cats. That's what I want. Look at this little dude. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this as I go back into my Zelda adventure. You're absolutely adorable. Oh, and we got a couple others sent to us as well. Leafeon coming through with the pics today. For the code, where do I put it in game? Under settings. I can show you in just a moment, Claire, too, okay? Not a problem at all. Stick with me, all right? We won't be doing this for terribly long. All right, we got a graphic tee of the day from our friend Quacka Stacka. It's my new favorite, and I'll probably never gonna take it off. Ooh, take a look at the Zelda merch. Ooh, look at that, dude. Look at that, dude. That's sick. Quacka got the merch, dude. And here, I can't tell who this is because it shortens it sometimes. I'm not sure who this is here sharing. I apologize. I hate the whole shortening of names thing. But this is a Triforce light that they picked up. A new little light I picked up at the Hobby Lobby. I love that place. This is Rain. Okay, thank you, Rain. So you want to know, I'm really happy to see this because I was thinking about picking one of these up, but I didn't think it would be a good light. Now that I see this, the next time I stumble across one of these, I'm going to go ahead and pick it up. Because that's cool. Like, I didn't think it was going to be that good of a light. Because I've seen that at a different store before. Yeah, isn't the tree cute? I like it a lot, dude. It's like a little Zelda Christmas tree. It's cute. All right, and then let's do one more fur baby here. So again, another shortened named. I apologize for the shortened name here. I don't know who's sharing here. If somebody's in the Discord, you're welcome to let us know. So this is yesterday I went and got my first tattoo. And to say it was an emotional one is an understatement. I wanted something to represent all of my babies I've had since I was little and future ones. Aww. Oh, look at that, dude. Look at that. That's so cute, man. There's like a thread connecting them and a heart between them. That's a beautiful tattoo. That's cool. And then here's a couple pictures of the fur babes. They'll be remembered in the honor of our broadcast. Look at that. Look at these fur babes. Look at them. Spicy Sin Bun. Thank you, Lazy, for checking, dude. Spicy Sin Bun with a gorgeous tattoo, man. And look at this legend. That's a cute dog right there. Frick. All right, we got two goofy ones, and then we'll move on. We got Gil Wen. Gil Wen sharing some shots from their Willie Nelson concert. They said, unfortunately, they couldn't get any pictures of Bob Dylan because the stage was too dark during the Bob Dylan, but they did get some pictures of Willie Nelson. How about that? Literally a living legend, and Gil went to go see him live. How about that, dude? Unfortunate you couldn't get any pictures of Bob, but at least you got to see Bob yourself, and that's what matters. Screw taking pictures, man. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to mean it. Be in the moment. Be present, chat. Please. Don't always worry about taking pictures. Worry about creating memories. Please. So it doesn't matter that you didn't get that picture because you went to the concert and you got to see Dylan. That's all that matters, man. That's cool, man. That's so cool, dude. All right, and we got one from Elliot. They said the lost 80s commercial for The Legend of Zelda on NES. Okay, hold on. We're going to pull this up and we're going to go ahead and drag this over. I do kind of want to see this. I do kind of want to see how ridiculous this is about to be. I do kind of want to see this. Let's watch this for a second.
Are you ready for the largest and most challenging NES game ever made? Explore the land of Hyrule. Discovering wonders and hidden treasure. Venture into dungeons to fight Ganon's army of darkness in pursuit of the missing Triforce pieces. Danger lurks around every corner. Can you rescue Princess Zelda before Ganon can enslave all of Hyrule? The Legend of Zelda. Only for the Nintendo Entertainment System.
That's so sick. That's so sick. Thanks for sharing that, Elliot. Let me go ahead and type in there and let them know. Nice. Very nice, yo. Absolutely gorgeous shares, dude. Absolutely. All right. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. All All right, sick. All right, sick. I'm going to go ahead and move this back over here, and we're going to play some DDV. Thank you for all joining in for today's checkpoint, man. That was nice. That was absolutely nice. Thank you for joining in on the checkpoint today. And then we can jump over and get a little bit jazzy with it. I want to listen to some more of that Sonic and Chill album that we were jamming out to the other day. I'm kind of obsessed with this album right now. And it'll be a nice pickup after that checkpoint, right? We need some good energy in here. You figured it out? Okay, good, Claire. Sick. Better than the Zelda rap ad? Yeah. Your dad loves Dylan? I like Dylan. I don't know a lot of Dylan's music, I'm ashamed to say, but everything I have heard I love, and I kind of just love the concept of Bob Dylan and like what he stood for musically and what he still stands for today musically. Of course, my favorite song is one of his most popular that even had a music video. The one with the signs. What's the name of that song? I'm blanking on it. Where he has the signs and he's going through the words. I'm blanking. It's on the tip of my brain. It's on the tip of my brain, dude. That song is so good. Frick. It's probably one of his most popular songs. Bob Dylan song list. It's on the tip of my brain, dude. Yes, Subterranean Homesick Blues. Thank you. Subterranean Homesick Blues, dude. Yes. 1,000 times. Dude, what a jam. What a banger, Frank. What a banger. All right, let's go find. I think we still had to level Hades up. No, we don't. We got everyone to level 10. So we got to go grab Hades, Merida, or Flynn to help us collect more. Stuff, and then we're good to go. Do. I felt the Call of Duty. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Do. I'm more of a Bob Dylan's Offspring listener. I love me some Wallflowers. I'm not too hip to Wallflowers. You might have to get me hip. Send me a recommendation or something, Coz. I'd like to actually hear that. You know, if you have free time, of course. I can always try to remember myself, you know. Of course, we log into Rain. My least favorite thing in this game. Can't get the DLC at the moment, but I feel like I have so much to do. I wouldn't rush to get the DLC. Yeah, you got plenty of gameplay ahead of you. And the DLC goes on sale pretty often, so I recommend you wait for a good sale before you dive in anyways. Wait for a good sale before you dive in. It'll be worth waiting. I'd know their main song if I heard it. I believe that. Yo, good to see you, Frank, by the way. Thank you. And Heels, thanks for joining the Discord, man. I appreciate you. You're welcome to stick with us all you want. No pressure, nothing, no worries. Thank you. Thank you for sticking around today. Now, we like to do a lot of fun stuff here. We like to do a lot of different styles of content, so. What are the DDV codes? So there's 2 codes right now. One is my own personal code that will give you a handful of pretty useful items. And then the other one is a Pride code that was for Pride Month. I don't know the Pride code off the top of my head, but I'm sure somebody in the chat probably does. But there's also a Pride code that's going around from the developers. Always here lurking? Yeah. I honestly, I kind of figured as much. I don't know. Thank you, man. You just kind of gave me that energy at some point. Thanks for lurking, man. Thank you so much. Obviously, I never make assumptions, but thank you. Thank you for sticking around. Thanks for lurking on me, Frank. All right, we filled up in here. We can go ahead and sell this. And then let's go ahead and organize this, sort. All right, I'm just trying to clear my inventory. Oh, thank you, Great Bambi. I appreciate that. Yeah, people have been sharing my code around and making sure that they let others know that they can get free items, which that's all that matters to me, is that people are getting their free stuff. But it certainly is nice to hear that people are getting me out there. Yeah. Showing a big screen, either play along or read a book. My nieces, 3-year-old and 6-year-olds, like to watch me play games because they love Elsa, Anna, Ariel, Minnie. I bet you this game is fun to play with like younger family members. I bet you it is a blast to like, because they're probably all excited. They see their favorite characters on the screen. I bet you it is a blast. Work's going too slow. Send help. What's up, Gil? We were just chatting about you and your Willie Nelson concert. I shared the pictures from the Discord. Good to see you, buddy. We were just chatting about you. Ghostface Killer. I can't believe there are already 3, dude. That's crazy. I was wondering if that would be too young for her to be interested in watching me play. Probably to some extent, right? I imagine that the interest would come and go depending on your energy at that age. Maybe, I don't know. I obviously have no idea. I'm just speculating. Good to see you back in here though, Ghost. All right, here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and grab a quick snapshot of this. Quick little snapshot here of, so we know what we're working on so far. All right, let's go feed a baby dragon, and let's go get our underworld gemstones from Hades. Actually, let's hang out with Hades since we're working on his quest right now. They get bored after a quick while. Yeah. That's just that age, right? Like when they're too young, it's just an attention span thing. Boom. Decorate Mythopia with Hades signpost. Okay, sure. Also, let's change our pet out, since we've been using Nana for a while. And there's got to be other people, other pets that we can hang out with and level up here. I keep going to the wrong thing. Wardrobe, companions. Let's go back to leveling up the footstool. Talk to Hades about entertainment for his party. Oh, it looks like we're throwing a bash with the Lord of the Underworlds. You're on our TV every day, so yeah, big lurkers over here. When you're on break, we started watching YouTube archives, so it's Uncle Josh 24/7 around this house. Y'all are gonna make me blush, man. I'll make sure I get those YouTube archives nice and fleshed out, all right? So you have plenty of stuff to choose from, whatever you're in the mood to watch, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you for saying that. I don't know, man. I really appreciate that. Just the fact that you took the time to share it is what I mean. Like, that's cool. Thanks. The other day, Raina B and Mike Bliss did the same thing, and I didn't get a chance to reach out to Mike Bliss yet. But I was gonna send him a DM and just be like, I don't think they realize like how much that actually made my day. And like they like posted a picture in the Discord and they were like, yo, celebrating our birthday with H-Des. And they had me on the TV and like their family was hanging out. And but here I am on the TV, and I was like really like at that moment in time when they came and brought all that love and energy in here, like I kind of like it was like a really nice thing for them to do. It was very encouraging. And at a time when I could have used some extra encouragement. Yeah, it means a lot to me. Yeah, YouTube archives. That's right, McNug. We're starting the YouTube archives. It's kind of a newer thing. ! YouTube, head on over. It's kind of a newer thing. I wasn't really putting as much content on YouTube in the past, but now it's all going to YouTube. It's all going to the YouTube, man. We're getting it all on YouTube. It's going to be a massive archive of everything over 6 years. One playthrough at a time. Oh, thank you, Claire. I'll go take a look at it. Yo, we'll see you later, Smitty, baby. Have a good day today, Smitty. I'm smitten by Smitty today, and I'm sad to see him go. Nice. I'm glad the rain stopped in game. All right, we need to prepare 2 meals. How do we catch a koi? Where do we catch a koi at? We need to feed an owl as well. So I need to go grab some barley from the storage or buy some. Nice.
Hello, Mr. Streamer, sir. I hope you are having a great day.
Take a picture with the companion. We can do that. Let me go ahead and buy this for now. Yo, Patrick Payton, thank you for the 29, my dude. Oh, that's so funny, Frank. Yeah, it's been quite the journey with the beard, my dude. Yeah, LPK, I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's a little bit of a rough game. It's a little bit rough around the edges, but I really do think there's a rich experience there. So if you get stuck at all, don't be afraid to look stuff up, all right? Yo, thank you, Patrick Payton. Good to see you back in here, Patrick. Oh, and thanks for sharing this picture, Claire. Oh. Yo, what up, Exhaustion? How you doing, man? All right, we got the thing for the owl. Oh, I need to go look and see where I get a koi from. So, fish. Wait, oh, here it is. The bind. I was expecting a red koi. I didn't realize there was different. Koi colored koi fish. We'll chalk that up to. Ignorance. I just assumed that all kois were the same red and white pattern. All right, got a picture with the companion. Boom, boom, boom. You haven't got around to playing it yet? Yeah, once you're in the mood for that style game, there's definitely something there for you, dude. All right, tag along with Hades as he auditions musicians for his party. Oh, oops. I didn't realize I was supposed to be following Hades. All right, where did Hades go? He's down here. Reminds me, I was going to ask earlier, like days ago, is there a link for the Discord? Yes. Yes, there you go. And you'll also find a nice archive channel in the Discord. It needs to be updated a little bit because Twitch flip the script on me, but that's just a heads up. The Discord's a good place to be if you're a big fan of my show, because I do have a channel called the Discord Archives, and it's like a pretty decent way to kind of dig through my content, even though obviously YouTube makes it pretty approachable as well. So if you're ever looking for like a specific playthrough, the Content Archives might be a place to look. Boom, boom, boom. Do. Yeah, appreciate you, Patrick Payton. How you doing, Exhaustion? What you been up to, man? What's on the gaming agenda this week, chat? We got Tony Hawk coming. We got Tony Hawk coming out this Friday. And then next Friday's Donkey Kong, right? Is Donkey Kong a Friday release? Dude. Yeah, Bonanza! That's right, dude. That's right. It's a Thursday release. Okay. I might suck it up and buy digital Bonanza, because I really don't want to wait to play it. I'm gonna try to buy more physical games this year, and with the Switch too. But it can be tough as a streamer, man, because I really want to play on right when I wake up, but most stores aren't open yet. How many people are calling off work? Nice. Are you gonna pick up Patapon, Sonar? Been doing great. Been playing Skyward Sword. Still been busy though. I haven't played in a few days. Did you ever beat Heart Gold? So I didn't. I beat the first half of Heart Gold. I got the credits, but I didn't fight Red. I didn't fight Red yet, so I'm still kind of like picking at it. Used to like him on PSP. Yeah, it's a pretty big deal that a Sony published game. Pretty big deal that a Sony published game ended up on a Nintendo console. It's a pretty big deal, actually. You were vibing to the song early this morning. What's up, Tay doing Disney? Good to see you, Tay. All right, let's go ahead and grab ourselves a nice Miracle Palace potion. We'll spend a little bit of Dreamlight to make farming up this magma a little bit easier here. Yeah, Helldivers 2 coming to Xbox. Yeah, big deal as well. What guide do you use for this game? My oldest niece wants me to get Ariel on her legs. Where can I find this information? That's a tough question. I actually don't know an answer to that. Any DDVers know a good source of information for this game? Is there a Wikipedia? I actually don't use a guide. I shamelessly have chat help me anytime I need help. I'm not gonna lie. I do use IGN sometimes. Every once in a while, I do use IGN. Here, I'm gonna link that. Thank you, Dark Half. Thank you, Dark Half. Thank you, dude. There it is. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. I haven't, I shamelessly have chat help me. I don't actually use a guide. Every once in a while, I Google something, and it usually is IGN that comes up. Chat is the wiki. I need this magma. Magma. We have to make a DJ table. A Corinthian marble DJ table. What am I reading? Corinthian marble DJ table. That's where this game goes. That's the depths that this game is willing to pursue. Like, it's like such what a crazy concept. Hope you're doing well today, Ika, by the way. Thanks for popping in. All right, we're just going to keep hunting down magma. I think we can just get it at any of the mining nodes in this area. Yo, appreciate the biddies, dude. Nintendo! Double rude day. Like Stardew, I keep the wiki up while playing. Thanks for imparting your knowledge on us. That goes to everybody, thanks. I heard a rumor that DK64. You saw that rumor as well? Yes! We can talk about that if you guys want. So listen to this. Listen to how crazy the fan community is of Nintendo fans. Listen to this. I'm gonna pull this up real quick. All right, so this would have been yesterday's episode of Spawn Wave. Give me just a moment. So look at this. This is actually so funny. Take a look at this. One sec. So take a look at this.
To the beach, taking the family to the beach. We're just gonna spend a few days. Bigger stuff. Let's start right away with Nintendo accidentally leaking some games that are coming up for the Switch 2. And so you remember how that CRT filter for the Nintendo 64 application that was shown off in a video, which like you can see it here.
All right, so I'm gonna cut this. So there was a video for the CRT filter coming to the Nintendo 64. It didn't go over well on the internet because it was only for the Switch 2 and people were pissed about it. But then fans, this video was months ago, and then fans realized something from a video months ago. Just like this week, they realized something.
In much more on some of the text or options that are in front of you. Well, I guess a person who was just watching realized something or just noticed it, that the background looks like a familiar box art that's not part of the Nintendo 64 NSO library right now.
So let me just explain what this just said. So some guy was watching this old trailer and paused and said, that blurry background is showing a box for a game that we don't have yet. And he said, what if I were to create a bunch of blurred versions of the box art and compare them next to each other? What would I find? And it turns out that there's a whole list of games that we got. Look at Super Smash Brothers, Glover, Scars, some other game, and even Donkey Kong 64. We might be finally getting DK64, dude. I'm so excited for that in Smash. And this is the Nintendo fans are crazy. Look at this, dude. They literally took a blurry image and they're sleuthing. The word is totally sleuthing. They are out here sleuthing on them, dude. Like, this is insane, dude. The dedication, dude. So now we're having rumors that there's a bunch of games that are probably coming to the 64 over the next couple months and the next year that we can look forward to. Yeah, Smash 64 might finally make it. Donkey Kong 64 is a big one for me because I haven't played Donkey Kong 64 since I was a kid, and I really want to play it again on stream. And I could have already played it 1,000 times over using emulation, but it might be a nice excuse to finally sit down and play it if it's accessible, like at my fingertips. And here's the big part, because I do have a Nintendo 64 controller for my Switch, so I could use that and get like the real experience. Again, like I own an N64, I own an EverDrive. I could have played it by now, but I don't know, it might be nice to play it on the Switch. You been jonesing for some banjo? When's the next direct? We're not sure. There's no announcement. We were all hoping that there was going to be a direct announced this morning. for Wednesday this week. Now, there's still a chance that one gets announced tomorrow for Thursday, but if one doesn't get announced tomorrow, then we're pretty much waiting until next week for the next chance. Now, next week is the release of Donkey Kong, and it doesn't all the way make sense for them to do a direct the same week that they're releasing a game. So I'm unfortunately starting to lose hope that we're going to see a direct this July, or at least the next 2 weeks. It might be the week after Donkey Kong comes out, but even that doesn't all the way make a ton of sense. So now I'm starting to personally lose a little bit of hope that we might not be seeing a direct until August. And that's like a little brutal. It doesn't all the way make sense to me because I feel like Nintendo has to start selling games. I don't think there's enough information on what's coming out. I personally don't think there's enough info, but you know, I also am not Nintendo, so I think Conker's ever has a chance to make it on the platform. I think so. Is Conker's not already on the platform? So they made an 18 plus category for Nintendo 64. Right? Like, do I own that? Did I have to download that separately? Yeah, look. Mature 17 plus games. So they've already taken the time to put a whole separate category specifically for mature games versus regular ones. I think that tells me that there's a pretty good chance we could see Conkers on the Switch. We could see that happen, even though Conkers is a pretty dark game. A pretty dark game at times. It's really, honestly, you want to know the biggest thing I think holding back Conkers from coming to a modern console? Is a scene that happens within the first hour of the game, where somebody like unalives themselves, like right at the beginning of the game. I think that's the scene that holds back that game the most. That's a pretty dark scene to walk into an hour into a game. The rest of it is pretty gritty, but it's not that dark. It's a very dark game at times, dude. The game is mostly just over the top and obnoxious. But there's a scene right at the beginning of the game that's like kind of obtuse levels of dark, and it's like, I think it's like kind of crazy, but I've played the game, it doesn't like bother me. But yeah, it's definitely not quite that's a hard one to justify potentially for like these companies to re-release. Conker's Bad Fur Day for Nintendo 64. Yeah, otherwise the game is just hilarious. Outside of that, the game is just hilarious. There's like a sunflower that has massive booba, and Conker like comments on it a bunch. Like, the game's just honestly a big joke. It's like hilarious. Yeah, the Great Mighty Poop. The game is basically like South Park humor. It's like pretty much like South Park humor. And like I said, outside of that one scene that I do think was like maybe pushing it a little bit. Not necessarily that it shouldn't have been in the game, because obviously it's hilarious. But just that might be the reason why the game doesn't get the love, because like it's just a little dark. I know, right? Tay doing Disney. I know, man. They really know how to try to get money out of us. It's truly an art form with this company. Do you think that would be a good game to play on stream? No, you would be fine to play it on stream. Yeah, you're okay. You can play Conker's on stream just fine. Yeah, no. Now, it might be nice if you were to give maybe a warning to your viewers before that specific scene came up. Just out of courtesy, you know, a trigger warning. Otherwise, you're not going to get in trouble with Twitch. Not at all. You're fine. There's been a lot worse streamed on Twitch, I can tell you that much. Like video game wise. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Good question though. But no, you don't have to be worried. The only games that are banned off of Twitch are basically 90% of the eShop on the Switch, aka hentai puzzle games. And then there's this random game called Genital Jousting on Steam that's technically not allowed on Twitch either, because the game is literally exactly what it sounds like. It's a game about genitals that joust, and it's very graphic in that sense, even though it's all cartoony. And that game's not allowed on Twitch. Otherwise, like, Twitch isn't that strict about games all like that. You just can't be playing any lewd games. Like, you can play like Leisure Shoot Larry and stuff. You guys know what like Leisure Shoot Larry is and stuff like that? Like, all those games are fine. All that stuff is very welcome on Twitch. Yo, what's up, Jason? Good to see you. Bam, 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 bam. You played the whole series? Yeah, people like those games, yeah. And Gun Gal? I'm not sure about Gun Gal. Yeah, that I've never heard of that game. I can't comment on that. But there is a list of games that are not welcome. You can actually find it in Twitch's TOS. Now, they don't have every single game that's lewd listed, but they have like the major players. Like a major player, for example, is Honey Pop. So there's like an actual TOS list that will tell you like these are the most common offenders that you're not allowed to play. And like Honey Pop's on that list, I'm pretty sure, and like a couple others that are just like obviously like not allowed. So if you're ever not sure and you're a Twitch streamer, just look up that list first and you should be fine. And then from there, just use your own intuition on, you know, okay, if this game isn't allowed, then this game probably isn't. I have not watched K-pop Demon Hunters. No, I haven't. So I'm not a big K-pop guy, but I do love animation. Like, I do love like animated content. I've always been a big fan of animated content. Persimmon sour fondue. How do I make that? So I might like it just because it's an animated thing, you know, and like I said, I like that stuff. How do we make this fondue, huh? I probably don't have that recipe. Let's see if we can look it up. Persimmon fondue DDV. Persimmons and sour berries. Oh, wow, that's easy. Oh, okay. Easy peasy. I think these are the sour berries. No. There's the sour grapes. And then persimmons are right here. History. Boom, another 200. Nice, we're at the halfway point. We only need 5,000 more and we can do the final quest. And we'll be prepared for tomorrow, dude. All right, let's go feed an owl and let's go feed a baby dragon while we continue to look for this magma. Collect bonus items given by the companion. Okay. You like anime? I'm a very mild anime fan, mostly old school. I don't watch anything modern anymore. So for example, I always like to list off the animes I've watched because it's not like that many. So all the stuff from like old Toonami, so like Big O, Inuyasha, right? Samurai Champloo I've seen all the way through. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood I've seen all the way through. One of the most beautiful stories that I've ever heard. I still stand by that to this day. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is one of the most beautiful and heart-aching stories you'll ever experience in any form of media, ever. Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, anything Dragon Ball related. Otherwise, did I mention Trigun? So Trigun, Samurai Champloo, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. From there, Outlaw Star was one of my favorites of all time. I love Outlaw Star. Both versions of Zoids I've seen most of. What am I missing? I know I'm missing something. Cowboy Bebop. Naruto Shippuden, but I actually read Naruto. I didn't really watch it. I read all the way up to the Pain Saga and stopped. And one day I'm going to go back and finish after the Pain Saga because I know that's when it starts to get crazy. Death Note. I've watched and read Death Note. I'm a huge Death Note fan. Yeah, I finished the Pain Saga and then stopped reading. And that's why I had to stop because it was so crazy. I was like, I gotta take a breather. No One Piece. I used to watch Yu Yu Hakusho, but I never sat down and watched Yu Yu Hakusho as an adult. But I used to pick at it when it was on Toonami growing up. So I've seen like bits and pieces of it, right? But I really should sit down and like watch it. I know there's still stuff that I'm forgetting, but that covers like a good amount of it. So now you have a pretty idea of my anime taste, right? Afro Samurai. Let's all be real. Samurai Jack was basically an anime, but soft. So I like to count Samurai Jack, even though it was kind of like a soft anime. But let's all be real. Like, you know that game was like a soft anime.
What do you think those villains are really up to?
Is Pokemon an anime or a cartoon? Pokemon blurs the lines, but I'd argue that it's a cartoon more than anything. That's a good question, though. But it does blur the lines, which is why it's a good question. But if I personally was making the decision, it would go into the cartoon category for a couple small reasons. The main one being that it's an episodic show. It doesn't really have an overarching plot. I know it does, but not really. See, now I'll compare it to Samurai Champloo. Samurai Champloo was arguably a cartoon as well, but I think it was a pretty close anime because it had an overarching story. Every episode connected to every episode, even though sometimes there would be kind of an out of place filler episode. Whereas like Pokemon, even though there is like a story that you're following and like it does kind of have that classic over arc, I would argue that you could sit down and watch any episode of any Pokemon series at any time and you would instantly be hip and be okay to just enjoy it. And I don't think that's true for a lot of anime. Like, you can't just pick up anime in the middle of the show. Like, you can't do that. Like, you can't just go pick up Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and watch it halfway through. That does not work at all. Right? So that's my logic. My logic is that the difference between an anime and a cartoon is the ability to watch one single episode and to enjoy it as if you watched them all. Like, it doesn't matter. That, in my opinion, is the difference. That's why Samurai Jack is also a good example, because Samurai Jack is both. You can enjoy Samurai Jack one episode at a time, but it's best enjoyed multiple episodes back to back. So that's just and again, I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. I'm just genuinely, I've thought about this before because I'm a big fan of cartoons. And I've thought about this in the past. What's the difference between a cartoon and an anime if we are using those terms properly? I do agree and understand that, like, an anime is just a Japanese cartoon. I agree with that. But cartoons kind of have their own category. That is a new thing, Caffeinated Spirit. If you played the original, I recommend going with normal mode, but simple mode's nice for new players. What's your favorite cartoon? That's a really tough question. I am a massive cartoon connoisseur. You just asked a hard question for me. I'm gonna have to give you a handful. Favorite cartoons? Top 10 in no order. Top 10 in no order would probably be original Pokemon if we're calling it a cartoon. Again, fun conversation. But original series, I don't really watch the modern stuff, but let's just say the first couple seasons. Rugrats, Scooby-Doo, Transformers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, all the old school stuff. Old school like Spider-Man and 90s X-Men and Batman. This can't just be a top 10, but whatever. Foster's Home of Imaginary Friends, Courage the Cowardly Dog, Ed, Edd and Eddy, SpongeBob Original, Hey Arnold, Rocko's Modern Life. I mean, I just can't just pick one, dude. You don't understand. I am a cartoon enthusiast. I do like old school Tom and Jerry. Roadrunner is probably my favorite old school cartoon. Right next to Tom and Jerry. I like Roadrunner a lot. Maybe Chowder. Chowder's cool, but Chowder got a little weird once the fart cloud appeared. My rule with Chowder was that Chowder was going in the right direction until they wrote a character that was just a fart cloud. I'm not gonna lie, that was really off-putting to me personally. I didn't like the fart cloud, and I think that after the fart cloud appeared in the show, I think the writing got a little bit weird for Chowder. I think it kind of fell off a little bit. I'm just gonna say it. I think Chowder fell off a little bit once the fart cloud appeared. I loved Chowder too. I like Chowder, but I think the fart cloud took away from the show big time. Rocket Power was sick, of course, dude. Classic Doug, sick. I was a big Rocket Power fan. Rocket Power, doom, 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 doom. We are riders on a mission. Action, kids in play position. Rocket Power, doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom. I never watched Steven Universe. People told me I would like Steven Universe. Never watched it. Dude, I didn't mean to use that there. Okay, I didn't use my potion yet. Okay, good. I really, really liked Flapjack. I think Flapjack is super underrated. I think Flapjack's really good. I like Flapjack a lot. Yeah, tough question though, man. And I liked a lot of the old stuff too, dude. I grew up on Johnny Quest. If we're gonna talk about cartoons and you don't mention Johnny Quest, you're either really young or you just aren't a real fan. I'm just gonna say it. I feel the same way about Scooby-Doo. If we're gonna talk about cartoons and you don't bring up Scooby-Doo, you're either really young or you just don't get it. Because Scooby-Doo is like one of the most classic formulas for a cartoon ever made. I might be too old. I mean, too old might also be an answer there. Yeah, too old might also be a problem too. Yeah, that's actually fair. Because if you would have missed, if you missed like a certain gap of cartoon watching, that's fair. Too old could be a thing. I don't know Johnny Quest, but I love Scooby. Yeah, 27's just a little too young for you. So like, jokes aside, it's not that you're too young to the point to where like you're a child. It just means that you were right out of the age group. Yeah, no. See, 27 makes sense. Johnny Quest is like 80s, dude. So in order to enjoy Johnny Quest as a 27-year-old, you either you barely had access to Boomerang. Here's the problem with being 27. The Boomerang channel might not even have been as popular as it was by the time you were really watching cartoons. Because for me, Johnny Quest was late 80s, early 90s, but it wasn't until the Boomerang channel showed up on cable in the States that I was able to go back and enjoy all those cartoons with my dad. It was the Boomerang channel that made the difference. If it wasn't for the Boomerang channel, I also would be a little too young. I also would be a little too young, to be honest, because the Boomerang channel brought it all back though, and I was able to watch it all again, dude. It's from like a very young child to an older child, right? So I do not agree. Wait, what don't you agree with? I don't know. What did I say that you don't agree with? 90s cartoons were where it's at. Oh yeah. Like late 80s, early 90s, and early 2000s all had their own streaks of cartoons that are worth mentioning. Once the 2010s showed up, I will say that I fell off of cartoons. I was just doing other things in my life, but I still kept up with a couple of them. So yeah, 27 is technically too young, because like I said, even for me, Johnny Quest was technically out of my age group. Like, let's go ahead and look it up real quick. Let's look it up real quick, because this will make it clear to you. When did the first Johnny Quest air? 1964, homies. 1964, son. Like, we're talking, like, yeah, like, when I say you're too young, I just mean, like, even I, technically, but if it wasn't for the Boomerang channel, I wouldn't even have been hip to Johnny Quest. Yeah, like, you gotta realize, like, Johnny Quest that's an old cartoon. Now, they brought back different versions of it, though. You gotta remember, there's lots of Johnny Quest. There's Johnny Quest Next Generation. There's Johnny Quest whatever, right? Like, if I look that up real quick, how many different versions of Johnny Quest were there? Right? Now, look at this. There was 3 distinct versions of Johnny Quest. There was a 60s, an 80s, and a 90s. So there was the 60s, which was called Johnny Quest. There was the 80s, which was called The Adventures of Johnny Quest. And then there was the 90s, which was the real adventures of Johnny Quest. So that's the thing as well. You got to remember that it isn't just in 2025 that nobody has any new good ideas. They were rehashing cartoons since the very beginning, man. Scooby-Doo has like 84 different versions. Are you kidding me? Dude, there's like 27 different versions of Scooby-Doo since the 60s. Yeah, so like it's interesting. It's like when we bring up these cartoons, everyone's gonna have different memories because it depends on which version you got introduced to. It really does matter. Like the versions and all that matter, right? Yeah, normal mode's the play. Scooby-Doo, What's New Scooby-Doo, The Scooby Show, Scooby and Scrappy. Yeah, exactly. There was that one Scooby-Doo that always had the Globetrotters and different guests. I never remember the name of it, but it was like a Scooby-Doo where they would like randomly like, they would have like special guest appearances. Like, it was just like super goofy. Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? That might be it, yeah. Never watched it, but they have a WrestleMania Scooby-Doo? What the heck? Oh my lord. Yo, thanks for the first time sub, man. Can we get some love in the chat for that, dude? If you got a free hand, of course. If you're lurking, continue enjoying your lurk. Thank you for that, man. I actually really appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, though, you opened up a can of worms, man. I'm a big cartoon fan. And that's the point. I've always been a big cartoon fan. Whether it's the old school stuff, like the original Transformers. Oh! Yeah, Ms. Yari, you're okay, Ms. Yeah, you're fine. You don't need to apologize at all. That's why I was just curious, because I think there was something that was out of context. Yeah, there was something that was out of context there. I still think I'm a young dun. I personally try to channel my young energy as much as I can. Just don't tell my back when I get out of bed in the morning that we try to pretend. We try to pretend out here. Now, what about anime? So we were talking about anime before this, and I'm not a big anime connoisseur, but I've watched a lot of the classics. So just to talk about it again real quick, my anime love is pretty limited to Samurai Champloo, Trigun, Outlaw Star, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Cowboy Bebop, pretty much 90s, 2000s, Inuyasha, the little bit of stuff I used to watch on Toonami, like Yu Yu Hakusho and some of the stuff that would be on like Big O. But I'm not a big anime guy. Nothing particularly, like no particular reason why I'm not. I just am not. I don't know. It's weird, but like, I'm just not. I don't know. Like, I never really thought too hard about it, you know? Like, I guess it just never really clicked with me the same that cartoons did. And you want to know the truth? I think it's because I was watching superhero stuff pretty young. And that was kind of my anime when I was real young. So it wasn't until I was an adult that I was really going to take the time to watch anime. And I just never got around to it. But like, when I was real young, you know, like anime wasn't that popular. I was busy watching like, dude, like original Spider-Man, original Batman animated, right? 90s X-Men animated, like this stuff. This is like gold, man. This was like the gold standard of comic book animations. And if you think about it, those were kind of like animes, Western animes. Wouldn't you agree? Like, go back and watch like the X-Men, the 90s X-Men, and tell me that there isn't like some anime energy a little bit with like the ongoing story plot and like how like they progressed the story plot, and it was real intense sometimes and like serious. So like that kind of filled the void for me when it came to anime. I didn't really need like a serious feeling environment. And now I know not every anime is serious. For the record, I'm kind of misspeaking because nowadays there's different kinds of animes. There's like slice of life. there's like lighthearted, fun stuff. It's not just all serious business with animes, right? Like I just want to make it clear, like I identify that it's not that black and white, right? But so yeah, I just like never really got into animes as much as the next person. I don't know, maybe I wasn't mature enough and I couldn't get over the differences in humor and stuff. I'll admit it. Yo, thank you, Delvinia, for the 2 months. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I was mature enough, man. I couldn't get over the differences in like jokes and like the differences in like, you know, like because Japanese animation that comes to the States is filled with a lot of different styles of humor. You know, and like I think I just wasn't old enough for like most of my life. Like I'm not even talking about age maturity. I'm talking about genuine maturity. I think even in my 20s, I wasn't like able to appreciate it. It like would kind of make me cringe. Can anybody relate to that? I would just cringe. Like I wouldn't really be able to enjoy it. It wasn't until I got introduced to Trigun when I was 21 that I really was like, wait a second, I've been missing out. And then I watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and I had my whole heart ripped out of my chest. And I was like, this is insane. And then from there I watched Samurai Champloo and it was fun and cute and I liked it a lot. And you know what I mean? So like I did branch out eventually, but like, I don't know. I think my appreciation for anime has slowly simmered. Not like nowadays I could probably sit down and watch a bunch and like would like it. I just, you know, I don't have the time. Yeah, it can be a mixed bag. Yeah, exactly. That's why I can't really get into manga. I can only really get into manga. Somehow less cringe if I can't hear the voice acting. Right, I can see that. I can see voice acting being a bit of a barrier, actually. That makes a ton of sense. Especially knowing you and like kind of how you approach video games. I imagine voice acting is probably pretty important to you. Just assuming, but... I think that's where my old soul and being super sensitive personality came in clutch. I immediately loved the depth of anime at a young age. Also, I will say this, there was a big part of me that was a little bit put off when people would tell me that Dragon Ball Z wasn't anime. And I think part of the reason why I didn't get into anime young or like in my teens was because people tried to tell me that DBZ wasn't anime, and I would get super pissed off because I love Dragon Ball Z. I still do to this day. And real anime watchers used to always talk smack. You guys, I know I'm not the only one that experienced this. When somebody walked up to you and they were like, "Oh, do you like anime?" And you're like, "Yeah, I love Dragon Ball Z." And they're like, "Listen to this idiot. He thinks Dragon Ball Z is an anime." And you're just like, what? How's it not? Right? And like after a couple interactions, I was like, nah, you guys are whack. And I just stopped watching. I was like, I for real got put off by a bunch of snot noses, dude. I was embarrassed to try anime as a kid. I think there was a little bit of embarrassment for me as well. I grew up in a pretty oppressive household when it came to the things that I loved. So like watching anime was something I had to do by myself at the late of night when Toonami would play it. You know, like it definitely wasn't, I didn't have like the kind of, like I would have been called out for sure. Turn down the theme song because it was too loud. Yeah. Yeah, for me it was an older sibling who was just always pushing their views and stuff on me. So like Like it was like hard for me to like develop my own personality as a kid because of that. That's why it took me so long. I was a late bloomer, you know. It wasn't until my 20s that I like really started exploring like who I was as a person, you know. I say this stuff proudly, of course, because you know we all grow and change over time, and you know I've come a long way. Yeah, older siblings, yeah. If you don't have a sibling that's like 4 or 5 years older than you, it might be a harder thing to relate to, but I think as long as you've had a sibling that was like 4 or 5 years older than you, then you can probably relate to those statements I just made. But if you guys are like too close in age, it might not be the same. Because like you guys were exploring stuff together in that situation. I don't know if you have any younger kids in your life. Not watch shows and movies like we used to. It's all about YouTube and it's sad. Really? I don't have anybody like that in my life. No, I don't. Yeah, that's actually kind of funny that you say that. I guess there's kind of like a philosophical conversation about how you're not going to really build as many strong and impactful memories watching like consuming like content versus like curated storytelling, right? Whereas like the majority of quote unquote content isn't necessarily like storytelling. It's not really like that as memorable as like a movie or a TV show that like sticks with you for your whole life. Now that isn't to say that you can't have memories from YouTube. I still remember Jenna Marbles and Mosh and Tobuscus. Now it's a little different because at that point I was in like high school and stuff, you know, and we were talking about younger kids. So I think there can still be some memories made through content, but I don't think it's the same. I think you're right. I don't think it's the same. I think there might be something lost if that's like the only way you find entertainment. I agree with that. I've never thought of that. I've actually never thought of that, but like, and again, we're specifically talking about like real young, because I think as you get older, it's a little different. Like once you hit teenage years, I think it's a little different. But I think when it comes to like young kids, like what were we watching at the age of like 5? Do y'all remember by any chance what you were watching at the age of 5? I was watching TMNT, the cartoon from the 80s. I was watching the original Lion King. Right? That right around then was like original Lion King. Right? Like that was so impactful on me, dude. I was watching. Yeah, original TMNT, Lion King was a big one at that age for me. I'm trying to think of what else. Like stuck with me from that age. Now that's a real young age to create memories and keep them. So like, I'm not expecting you to remember every detail, but like, do you remember something you were watching from like a very young age? Rugrats for sure was a big one for me. Yeah, Rugrats, Zaboomba Foo, nice. Yeah, Little Mermaid, that was one for me as well. Biker Mice from Mars, what a classic. What a classic, right? And like, I don't know, like as far as like movies go, it was definitely like full on Disney flicks, and then like Fievel Goes West, and like some of those real classic early animated movies. Like Fievel Goes West was probably one of my favorite movies of all time. The Jungle Book, big Jungle Book, dude. Big on, yes, dude. Also Star Wars. I'm not gonna lie, now that's not until like teenage years. So like that's not quite the same conversation. But as soon, dude, probably by the age of like 7 or 8, I was watching Star Wars on repeat. VHS is on repeat. Probably by the age of 7 or 8 for sure. Yeah, Land Before Time. Yes. Yes, so much Land Before Time, dude. Teaching me lessons about love and life and poor dinosaur pain. Ugh. You saw the very first Land Before Time in theaters? Fantasia? I have a memory of punching and kicking the air in a movie theater, trying to mimic Rafiki from Lion King. Nice. All right, we only need 4 more magma. Let's go ahead and continue to try to grind this. Let's go feed a critter. Let's go feed an owl. Mine Ever After and feed a baby dragon. Wait, we can feed a baby dragon. No, that's Ever After. Yo, good morning, Gingy Ginger. That beard. Thank you, man. Gingy Ginger, what is one movie and or cartoon, like TV show, that you watched when you were really young? You missed Jedi? That's cool though, Neanderthal. That's still sick. I did watch Flubber. I loved Flubber. I was a big fan of Flubber. I was a big fan of anything Robin Williams at that age though. Oh, Matilda, dude. I loved Miss Honey. I didn't watch Matilda for Matilda. I watched Matilda for Miss Honey though. Aladdin. My mom took me to the Bee movie when it first came out. I don't know if that's good or bad. The Bee movie. Some of that honey. I was obsessed with Tremors as a kid. That's dope. That fits your personality insane. Why is that such a Britney BCH coded comment? That's insanely coded for you. Wow, I feel like that fits you way too well. Tremors. Tremors was cool. You watched it last night, so odd. Once I got to the age of 10 or so, when I was really starting to choose my own movies and stuff to watch, that's when stuff like Tremors went into rotation. Right? That's when stuff like Tremors went into rotation. When I hit that age where I was like, okay, what am I going to plug into the VHS? But unfortunately, that's also when Adam Sandler decided to start existing. And like a lot of us here, not everybody, but like a lot of us here, Adam Sandler basically took over, ages of 10 to 18 or so? 10 to 22 maybe? Was just pretty much Adam Sandler on repeat. My personality, Tremors? No, man, it's not. I mean, that's funny, but no, it's just your attitude. I don't know why, but it makes sense that you would have been watching Tremors from very young. I like Jim Carrey a lot, man. The Mask was one of my favorite movies. I watched Ace Ventura at way too young of an age. Truman Show made me spend a year of my life looking for cameras everywhere, convinced that I was Truman. Joker, when he played Joker in Batman Forever, that stuck with me. Yeah, I like Jim. I always like Jim Carrey. Truman Show traumatized us all. Dude, I went back and watched Truman Show for the first time in 10, 15 years, not too long ago. And if you haven't done that, I recommend doing it. I'm not even going to say anything else. If you haven't gone back and watched The Truman Show, no distractions. Sit down and really consume everything that's going on in that movie. As an adult, it actually hits really, really different. it hit really different. I don't know. I'm not even gonna say, like, it just hit really different, dude. It's like a very sad movie. It's like a very tragic movie to some extent in like a lot of ways. It's just really interesting. Yeah, I grew up. Cartoon Network might as well has been my dad in all reality. Freaking whatever the executives decided to feed me. Yeah, I like Dark Crystal a lot. Neverending Story was cool. I don't have a ton of memories with either of those things, but I do like, I am hip. Like, I'm aware enough of them. Wasn't Dark Crystal the same universe as Labyrinth? Am I thinking correctly about that? Maybe I made that up. I love Labyrinth, dude. Same creator. That's what it was. I knew there was a connection. Oh, dude, Dexter's Laboratory is my... See, somebody asked earlier, what's your favorite cartoon? Dexter's Laboratory is in the running for my favorite cartoon of all time. Now we're really starting to get to the grittiness of this here. If I really had to choose a favorite cartoon, Dexter's Laboratory would be in the conversation 100%. 100% would be in the conversation. I don't know if it would win because there's a lot of good cartoons out there. Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends would also be in the conversation. In fact, I'm going to go as far as saying this. Screw my personal opinion. Dexter's Laboratory and Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends might be two of the best cartoons ever made in existence. Not even just my favorites, but that's a conversation for another day. Do 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 do. My youngest brother said that so many times. Yeah, Dexter's a big one. I like Powerpuff Girls, Ed, Edd n Eddy, the whole shebang there. Cow and Chicken was cool, but it creeped me out just like everybody else. Original Ren and Stimpy was something I shouldn't have been watching as a kid, but I fucking loved watching it as a kid. Big fan of original Ren and Stimpy. Also kind of creeped me out pretty often, but I think that was the whole point of those cartoons. So whatever. Rocko's Modern Life. I'm nude. I can't think of Rocko's Modern Life without thinking of Mrs. Big Head running out of her house or whatever, screaming, I'm nude. Courage traumatized me. Courage was pretty traumatizing. Everyone, my oldest niece is watching you on the TV, Hylian. Nice. Nice. Hello, Gigi Claire's niece. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. Yeah, man. Ren and Stimpy is weird. Like, I think Cow and Chicken and Ren and Stimpy go so far into the uncanny valley that I don't know, like, I don't think those shows were healthy. Like, I think in hindsight, those shows just shouldn't exist. I think they were, like, unhealthy. I think they're, like, like they shouldn't like you shouldn't watch those as a kid. Like those shows should be 18 plus, and even then you might just never want to ever watch them. Like I don't know, man. Like I'm not trying to judge. Like I watched a lot of them. I like the cartoons. Like at the end of the day, they're just cartoons. But like something about both of those shows, I look back in history and I'm like, this is like the equivalent of me like reading my dad's Playboy magazines at like the age of 10. Like it's like that energy. It's like weird. It's like, what are you doing? Like you shouldn't be doing this. Like, like I don't know how else to like explain like how I feel about those cartoons. Like, ugh, like what are you doing? Stop. You're too, that's not, no, dude. Like if I could go back and slap little me, I would have slapped little me in the back of the head for doing that. I really would have. Because you're just too young for that, man. No, man, don't. No. Go back to playing video games. That's too, you know what I mean? That's too, don't, I would have smacked little me in the head. I would have been, nah, stop looking at booba, dude. You don't need that. You know what I mean? Like, I just wouldn't have done that. Like, I was 19 when they came out, so. Yo, have a good day, cool legendary hero. Thanks for jumping in for the conversation, bud. Beavis and Butthead was great, dude. I think Beavis and Butthead was better. I think Beavis and Butthead was more appropriate for a kid to watch than Ren and Stimpy and Cow and Chicken. I'm going to even go as far as saying that I think sometimes South Park was maybe a little more appropriate to watch than Cow and Chicken and Ren and Stimpy. I'm scared. I might even go that far. Maybe that's pushing it a little bit. Because South Park is pretty gnarly sometimes, but like, yeah, South Park's a bit of a stretch. Yeah. Yeah, Beavis and Butthead was dope, man. I liked Beavis and Butthead. She likes Bluey, Spidey, and Amazing Friends, and Gabby's Dollhouse. Bluey's cool. People really love Bluey. I've heard good things about Bluey as a modern cartoon that can be enjoyed by adults. There's some adults out there that are bigger fans of Bluey than the kids. I don't see it, but I also haven't watched it. But I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it's that good. I personally am a bit of a hater about Bluey. But that's okay. Again, I also have never seen it, so I could be way wrong. Wait, why do you hate Bluey? I don't hate Bluey. A lot of people have found out that I'm a big cartoon fan, and they would be like, dude, you have to watch Bluey. And I'm like, do I though? And that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not hating or anything. I've just had a lot of people who be like, dude, you Bluey, dude. And I'm like, like, I don't know. I just don't know if that is true. Like, I don't know if it's for me. Well, I don't know. Bluey Knight in the Discord. Catch 3 fish in the bind, sell 5 fruits, sell 3 vegetables. Okay. Bluey's creative, comforting, and clever if I had to describe it. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. I believe that Blue is probably pretty cool. I do believe that I'm probably missing out. I just mentioned it because I'm like, you know what it probably is? It's probably that it's too cool and it instantly triggers my inner hipster. That's what it is. That's really what's going on. It's just too cool. Yeah, it's just too popular that it makes me not want to watch it. Relatable? I knew it. Yeah. I knew it. That's how I get too. Yeah, it's like, I don't believe you. It's not that cool. Shush. Mine up here, ice. Harvest spiral strawberries. 3 decorations to Mythopia. Catch 3 fish in the bind. Okay. We're still trying to get this magma. This magma's actually a grind. Let's go ahead and make another. Let's go ahead and make another potion. Honestly, having a mining companion would actually make a big difference here. Maybe we suck it up and we find one. We'll go ahead and we'll grab some more miracle pickaxe finish. Oh, we don't have enough Vitalis crystals. Rip. All right, are you by chance a mining companion? No, you're probably a time bender, huh? Yeah. What about you, Daisy? She's also a time bender? That's weird. For dinner, I'm making chickpea gnocchi and caramelized onion marinara sauce. Also, if you're still out there, the person who was recommending me, was it Gintima as an anime that I might enjoy? Was that you, Figs and Roses? I did write that down, by the way. Thank you for the recommendation. Yeah, if I get in the mood for something new, I might check it out. Yeah, Gintama, that's what it was. I know you reposted twice, and I didn't get a chance to read it out loud. Thank you for your patience. I think it was Figs and Roses, but... I'm currently watching through the original Dragon Ball again. And Dragon Ball is dirty as heck. I don't think I ever realized how dirty Dragon Ball is. That's a dirty cartoon. I'm on like episode 60. Yeah, that cartoon's actually mad dirty. I didn't realize that it was like that. They all are? You were just too young to notice? Yeah, true. Nosebleeds left and right. Are you a mining companion, buddy? You are. Let's hang out. Dude, Yu-Gi-Oh! I was just thinking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Earlier when we were talking about my top 10 cartoons. Yu-Gi-Oh's on the list somewhere for one of my favorite cartoons.
Those night thorns are the worst, am I right?
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh's up there somewhere. I loved Yu-Gi-Oh, man. First season of Yu-Gi-Oh was fire. First season of Yu-Gi-Oh was fire, dude. Definitely not for everybody, and I think Pokemon's the same way. I think there are some cartoons that are for everybody, and one day I'd like to sit down and like create a list of cartoons that I believe to be globally received, like can be enjoyed by anybody within like a, you know, there's always a percentage of just people who don't like it. But anyways, yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh's dope. First season of Yu-Gi-Oh was super dope. Okay, frick. My oldest niece would like to see Ariel. Oh yeah, sure. Sure, yeah. Let me go ahead and find Ariel. Let me go ahead and find Ariel, and we can bring her up on the screen. Yeah, sure. Yeah, give me just a minute here. I'm just gonna mine a couple rocks. Oh, ah! I love that sound effect. Okay. Let's see if she's here right now. Okay, she's not. I don't think so. Oh, there she is. All right, we're gonna have her teleport to our map, and then let's go find her. Oh, I think I have to back out of the map and come back in. All right, it might be easier to just go back to Dreamlight Valley real quick. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. This game's weird like that. Oh, she's at her house. Okay, yeah, let's go do that. She got legs. Have you seen the Dragon Ball Daima? Not yet. No, not yet. I will watch Dragon Ball Daima. Not yet. You have to sometimes you have to toggle it a couple times. I see. Do. Okay, who's in here? Merida's in here. Okay, Ariel's at her house. Cool. So I can show you her castle as well. All right, so this is Ariel's castle. This is her castle. And my Ariel doesn't have to just swim. She actually has her legs restored to her. I'm pretty sure she should be able to walk around. So it's not the same Ariel that you might remember. She's not a mermaid. She actually has legs. Now I can have her switch back and forth though. I don't exactly know how it works, but you can have her go back and forth. You can make her a mermaid or you can make her walk around. It's your choice.
Oh, I just had to come to the surface to see you.
You seem to be looking at the well. Rob Boss, does anyone ever drink from the wishing wells in the valley? I don't know why. Well, I always try to avoid them when surfacing in the village, so I don't startle anyone. I'll keep avoiding them, just in case.
Thank you.
You go into her character collections, and you have the option there. Ah. Exactly, Minty Mont. Exactly. Exactly. All right. I can show you Elsa as well. Let's see if she's home. Yeah, Savvy Ego, I think if I were to participate in anime more frequently, this era would be, it would be in my 30s as well. Yeah, we were saying earlier, I just didn't really appreciate anime growing up. I think there was like a certain level of, there was like something holding me back. So this is Elsa's house. Elsa unfortunately lives in a cave. Now there is a castle somewhere. It's not here right now. But I don't think that castle's her. Is the castle hers or is that her sister's? Either way, this cave is her house in this game. My fourth was pretty good.
It's wonderful how you're helping people.
Here she is. Right, boss, I'm so happy to see you. Tell me about your powers. Ice and snow. They come in so many shapes and textures. Hard ice, soft flurries, frost, blizzards. They're all distinct. They feel different when I control them. So what does snow feel like? Snow is light and airy. It's made up of so many little flakes that can make it harder to control. I'm keeping track of many parts.
That was fun.
So she's like a water bender. She's like a water bender. I never even realized that. Bow, 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 bow. Guess she had to let the castle go. Oh my lord. Yo, what's up, Muzzled? Katara, watch out. She's a water bender. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Can she bed blood though? I don't know. Maybe only snow that's been thrown at someone's face and causes an injury. One of these days you'll watch and you'll see why Elsa is scared of her ice powers. Ah, it's a part of her lore. I don't think I knew that. It's a part of her lore. I didn't know that. Yeah, no problem, dude. You're gonna do a slip and slide and you're not inviting all of us? We want to slip, we want to slide. All right, I guess I can wait. We need 4 more pieces of this magma, and it's given us a run for our money. Just saw the Broadway one the other day and need him to understand her so badly.
Everything's just
Ooh, nice. Good job. Good job. Buzz gave me an extra piece of magma, dude. Good job, Buzz. My youngest is asking for Anna, please. If she's around here, we'll show her off. I'm not sure if she's here right now. Let me see. Bam, bam, boom, bam, 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 bam. W Buzz. Come on, fam. Let's all go on the slip and slide. Could you imagine a couple hundred of us waiting in line for one turn on the slip and slide? Just one turn each. Okay, I don't know if she's here. Yeah, we'll try to bring Anna over. Let's see if she shows up. I was always afraid of the slip and slide. Gonna have to double up. I think being slightly afraid of the slip and slide makes sense. I think it's a pretty intimidating thing to just like dive head or butt first into some water slide. Like, I don't know, like I feel like I understand why you might feel that way. Okay, she's at home, so she's not going to show up right now. All right, 2 more pieces of magma for Hades' quest. The magma grind has been the most brutal. I got plastic rug burn from one once. Well, who's making your slip? That sounds like you were on a dry. That's a dry and slide. That's not fun. Nobody wants to go on a dry and slide. Of course you got hurt. It's supposed to be wet. That's how it's slippery. That's fun. Nice. Yo, hook us up, Buzz. What? Okay, I guess nothing. Oof, that sounds brutal, Ghibli gal. Yikes. Mega yikes. Yes! The last piece of magma, correct. Yes! The DJ table shall be crafted. All right, let's go back. We got to craft this DJ table. Now, again, I can't exactly say everything because I don't know what details I can or cannot share. But I did get us a confirmation that DLC Part 2 should only just be the main story quest to stop us. So I think they've learned, because like, if you guys remember, the first DLC was way more intricate than that. You had to have like every character leveled up, maxed out, level 10, all their stories finished, if you were going to be able to participate in the end with like Jafar and stuff. I think they've been like learning, because it sounds like for the next update, you just need to be past the main story. That's what it sounds like. That's what my marketing agent reached out to me, and that's what it sounds like. It's not going to be anything more complicated than that. So it might not matter if you have like every character maxed out and stuff. I'm still going to make sure that all my characters are level 10. And I'm still going to make sure that I'm done with all their quests, just to be sure. But it sounds like you might not have to worry as long as you finish the quest.
Everything cool? Right.
Okay, what's next, Sir Hades? Craft Hades party invitations. All right, why don't you come with me, buddy?
Bingo! The number of friendly residents in this valley is...
Still not past the main story. Well, good thing you'll have plenty of time. You know, once the DLC update comes out, it's not like you're in a rush. For me, it only matters because my goal was to show off the beginning of the DLC. All right, that's my goal, was to show off about an hour of the storyline of the DLC, like at least an hour of it, among other things that we're gonna do. So for me, I just wanted to be able to show off some of it, so that's why I've been focused. Yeah, Hades friendship quests are silly. They're very Hades coded. Like, they're very like Hades coded as far as like his character, you know what I mean? Like, it actually makes a ton of sense. Meet Hades at the gates of Mount Olympus. Okay. All right, nice. So we are going to be done with Hades. Now, next up would be Flynn. Flynn's main story quest for level 10 is ready to go. He's level 10, and he's just waiting for me to talk to him. So we've made some progress there as well. Also, for sometimes the owls don't count for me either. It might be that you already fed that person today, Tay, or something along those lines. I also had that trouble yesterday. When it comes to doing these storybook duties, I had one that was like feed an owl, and it wasn't counting yesterday. I don't know why. So maybe you already fed that owl today. I'm not sure. Where am I supposed to be meeting Hades? Am I supposed to be meeting him here? There's no way, right? Oh, I'll take this chest though. It said the gates of Mount Olympus. That's right here, I think. I think he's just taking a while to get here. You coming, buddy? You coming, Sir Hades? Yeah, he's coming. So I got a question here that says, was there a period where you didn't know what your niche would be for content? Was it hard to narrow down? So my journey is going to be probably pretty unique compared to most other people's, I think. I think that goes without saying, but I think it's even more important to understand that, like, I think that my situation was pretty rare overall. So Animal Crossing was like the second or third thing I ever streamed. I picked up Animal Crossing like 4 streams into my stream journey and was just like, I'm gonna do this for fun. And then I quickly realized that I felt very at home when I was doing it, and that I really liked it, and people liked watching me do it. I realized this within like days, within like weeks. I was locked in to Animal Crossing, and then from there I just slowly developed over time, you know, my idea of what being an Animal Crossing creator would be. And then from there, I found other games that were similar that would be good for me to stretch into, like Stardew Valley. So for me personally, I kind of stumbled across all that stuff where I'm supposed to go? What? I stumbled across my niche and stuff like literally right when I started creating content on Twitch. So I don't know if I'm like the best person to ask that question. If you're looking for like guidance or advice on finding your own niche as a creator. Because I'm one of the rare individuals who got lucky enough to find their niche naturally. It just all kind of happened and came, and just here I am. I didn't have to think about it too hard. I just instead had to lean in, and you know, for me it was more about identifying that I had a possible niche that was laid out in front of me and executing, less about finding the niche itself. Now, I do have advice, though, because I assume you asked the question for a specific reason. And I think that all new creators should be trying as many different things out as possible. Because if you don't try it, then how do you know if it's for you or not? If you've never streamed Fortnite, then how do you know you're not the next great Fortnite streamer? You won't know until you try. So if you're looking for advice on finding your niche or your place in the world of content, I think a big step in the right direction is understanding that nothing should be tying you down as a new creator. Oh, you got 5 viewers for the first time ever playing a game? Cool. That's just 5 viewers. You don't just stop there. Sure, maybe you lean into it. You say, okay, let's see if this works. If you stream for 6 months and you never get more than 5 viewers, you should probably do something else. So I think that the key to being a new creator is the perfect balance between identifying when you have an opportunity in front of you, but also constantly pushing to new heights. I do that as a creator now. I am constantly looking to push towards my next greatest height as a content creator. You never rest on your laurels. You never sit and say, okay, now I'm done. This is it for me. And I think the only time you ever do that is if you truly, truly are committed to some sort of style of content, or if you really, really feel like this is the only thing you ever want to do. Or maybe you make it so far and you get so big that, you know, you don't want to lose that or whatever. I'm sure, my point is I'm sure there's reasons why you might want to stick with one style of content for the rest of your journey. But in my opinion, that's a little counterintuitive, because I think content creation is about self-expression. And there's no way that you as an individual are just one type of content. There's no way that you are just one niche. So why not try to find ways to express yourself fully? So even though I could just sit and play Animal Crossing and Stardew every single day for the rest of my life, I don't want to limit myself. So I've always tried to do different things. I've always tried to push into new heights, whether it be Saturday morning cartoons and retro content, or indie showcase, or cooking content, or Zelda content, or community game nights. I'm always trying to push to new heights. So I think that as a new creator, you want to find the perfect balance of finding something that works for you, but always trying new things as well. Because how do you know if you don't like something, or how do you know if something's going to work if you don't try? And this is specific advice for small creators, because I see a lot of creators fall into a trap. They sit and they stream for 3, 6, 9 months, and they don't find any success, and they don't change anything. What are you doing? 3 months is the only amount of time you need to truly gauge if something is going to work for you. My philosophy is 90 days is the time frame. If you try something new and it doesn't work in 90 days, then you do something else. That is my philosophy. Take it or leave it. If you sit there and you say, okay, I'm going to try to be a Stardew Valley streamer, and you stream Stardew for 90 days and you see minimal results, why would you keep trying for another 6 months, 9 months, 3 months? Wouldn't you logically want to go to the next step? Okay, well, this isn't working. Maybe I need to be doing Animal Crossing. Okay, you know, this isn't working. Maybe I should be a Fortnite creator. Okay, this isn't working. Maybe I just need to try doing a different style of content in general. Maybe I shouldn't be on Twitch. Maybe I should be on Kick. Okay, this isn't working. Maybe I should be making YouTube videos. Maybe I shouldn't be a live streamer at all. Because if you're dedicated to becoming a content creator, if you're dedicated to living through your art, you're not going to let anything stop you. You're just going to keep pushing until you find something that allows you to break through. And that breakthrough can happen in all sorts of different lights. It can be slow but sure gains. It can be a massive boost of success. There's all sorts of different ways you can break through as an artist. A smaller creator who goes from 0 to 5 viewers consistently, that's a breakthrough. That's the beginning of something very special, potentially. I had 5 viewers. I had 5 viewers watching me play Animal Crossing. And that was the most that I had really engaging with my chat. And I said to myself, there's something special here. So I kept playing Animal Crossing. Eventually it turned into 10. Eventually it turned into 15. Eventually it turned into 20. Eventually it turned into 50. And then I paused. And this is the key to this story. You need to pay attention. Then I paused and said, okay, this is working. So I kept playing Animal Crossing for another 3 months. As I'm playing Animal Crossing for 3 months, I realize I'm not growing anymore. I realized that I've hit a plateau. And this is what I called, at the time, I called it one of the many content walls that you're going to hit. So I said, oh, okay, well, what do I do? How do I break through this wall? I said, well, I could try to do more with Animal Crossing, but I realized that the Animal Crossing community was very small on Twitch. I realized, okay, you know what? I'm not going to find much more success in Animal Crossing. At the time, there was only about 15 Animal Crossing creators. New Horizons wasn't even out yet. It was very niche. So I was like, okay, what do I do? And I was like, well, is there a game that maybe is similar to AC that I could transfer my content to? So I looked around and I said, what's something that would be a smooth, palatable transform from Animal Crossing? And then I stumbled across Stardew. And this is what I called the pivot. So I said, okay, hold on a second. What if I could pivot to Stardew, but keep my audience from Animal Crossing? This is scary stuff to do. As Dazabound just so elegantly said, you don't go to McDonald's for a salad, you go for a burger. So if all these people are coming to me for Animal Crossing and I try to give them something different, this could be scary. So I thought Stardew would be the perfect game, and it was. I was fucking right. I started doing 2 days of AC and 2 days of Stardew, back to back. Monday, Tuesday, Animal Crossing, Tuesday, Wednesday, Stardew, and I did this every day for 3 months. All of a sudden, now I was building in 2 camps. The Animal Crossers stuck with me, and the Stardew Valleyers started piling in as well. From there, I kept growing, I kept growing, I kept growing. After that, I was like, okay, what do I do now? What's my next step? I didn't stop there. From there, I said, well, now can I start to play my favorite games? I started sliding in some Zelda. I started sliding in some Pokemon. It wasn't all the way working out. How about that? Guess what? 11 months into streaming, I went to become a partner and I failed. At this moment in time, 10 months into streaming, I couldn't get my partnership. Why? I had spread myself too thin. So what did I do to get a partnership? I cut every single game off of my schedule except for Animal Crossing. I played only Animal Crossing, and I was able to get past the finish line and get my partnership on Twitch. From there, New Horizons came out. I basically played Animal Crossing strictly for a year straight. I became known for Animal Crossing. My niche that you asked fell into my lap. And here I am, 6 years in. Welcome to my show. So you see, what can you take away from that story? What can you take away from that story? First off, I identified that I was building something and I stuck with it. I saw that it worked, and then I pivoted to something similar so I could keep building on that progress. I didn't do what I wanted. I did what the people wanted. And I gave the people what they want. I didn't do what I wanted. I did what the people wanted. I wanted to sit there and play Zelda every day. I knew that wasn't the right decision. I did what the people wanted. I gave the people what they wanted. I built my empire off of giving people what they wanted. You see, and then slowly but surely, over 6 years, now I can start to play variety. Now, as a variety creator, now I can do more. because I've earned the right to do more. You see, you have to work to do variety. You have to work to earn the right to do variety. You see, that's a big mistake that I think streamers make. They want to just go in and do whatever they want. No. You need to put in hours, months, years building before you get the freedom to do whatever you want if you're trying to turn this into a job. Now, don't get it twisted. If you're just doing it for the art of it, do whatever you want. If you're just streaming for the love of the game, then love the game and play it. I'm specifically talking about the journey to become a full-time creator, to live off of the art. To be clear, there's always the option to just have fun. Of course, that goes without saying. And the final thing I want to mention, as far as this conversation that Matcha May asked about this idea of, did you find your niche? Or how long did it take you? I think the other biggest mistake that creators make, so the first one that I mentioned was that they stay on something that's not working. I want to go back to that. Don't bash your head against the wall that's not working. I can't stress this enough. Sometimes I want to grab streamers by the scruff of their neck, like a mama cat and a kitten, and I want to say, stop. Like, after 3 months of bashing your head against something, if it doesn't work, try something else. Why are you locking yourself in when you are a new creator? You should be exploring possibilities. You don't know what your next niche could be. Why are you locking into one thing? Why are you even just gaming? Have you tried just chatting? Have you tried just turning your stream on and talking to people? Have you tried cooking? Have you tried anything else? But then after 6 months of just playing Fortnite and you get sad that you're not finding results, it's like, that's not gonna work. At a certain point, you have to really start putting thought into your content, and you have to really start to think about the landscape around you. Right? Some games are just not that good to stream. I'll tell you right now, there are some categories on Twitch that are perfect to grow in, and there are some that are not really good to grow in at all. League of Legends is probably one of the worst categories you could ever stream in if you're trying to grow. There's too many people who play League of Legends. The community is toxic as all get out, and no one really wants to watch that game anymore because it's so old. But you see all of these creators playing League and you go, I want to do that too. That's not the game for you. Right? And there's other examples of this on the platform. It's like, you're not gonna, like, here's an example right here. And like, this is like one of the best examples ever. And this is like really unfortunate when people hear this, it's real unfortunate sometimes. Because it could be your favorite game. Fantasy Life I. Fantasy Life I has 189 viewers right now. The game is brand new. The game is gorgeous, successful. One of the most successful games to come out of this year so far for the Nintendo community and for the Steam community alike. No one wants to watch it. When it first came out, it was super popular. Tons of people wanted to watch it. It was explosive. Everyone was curious, is this the game for me? It's done. So if you as a new creator were to go, oh, I got to get on that Fantasy Life, it's a brand new game. No, you don't. This is the last game you want to be streaming. Not really. Now, this is a pretty deep conversation because since it's a new game and you're the only person streaming it, you could actually get some gains off of that. But you generally want to avoid a game that would be dubbed dead. Right? Here's another example. And this one's brutal. The game I'm playing right now. Disney Dreamlight Valley. Unfortunately, you are not really going to grow playing DDV on Twitch. You can though, and you can probably get your partnership if you really grind it, because people like this game. But you're going to hit a wall and you're never going to break out of that wall. This game has a wall. This game has a cap. There is diminishing returns. This game has a cap. Unfortunately, this game will never ever grow you past probably like the partnership requirements. It just won't happen. It's like you're not like, it's just not, it has a cap, and you're going to cap out unless you find another game to transfer to pivot. You'll just cap out completely, and you'll never find more growth at a certain point. And this is the kind of things you need to pay attention to, right? This is the kind of things you need to pay attention to as a content creator, because like something might work now, but it might not work later. Something might be working later that's not working now. Something might help you get to 50 viewers, but you'll never get past 50. And you need to have something to go alongside with that. Goes back to my story about Animal Crossing Stardew Valley. You see, Animal Crossing at the time was capped out, but Stardew is uncappable. It's one of the most beautiful categories on Twitch. Stardew Valley has probably partnered more streams than probably like most games on Twitch. I wish we had the stats. I have seen personally in my 6 years of streaming, to answer that question, I've been streaming for 6 years. I have seen about 9 or 10 people get their partnership through being a Stardew Valley streamer alone. I was one of them. Just through now, and they could have did other stuff, but Stardew was the key factor in their success. Something about the Stardew community is just electric like that. It never stops. And it's like a rare entity. There's not many categories that are like that insanely forgiving on Twitch. I think I fell into that category too. I was thinking of you, but I didn't want to say it because I don't know your whole journey right off the top of my head. Right? So it's like, it's interesting. There's a lot that goes into the consideration of what your niche is going to be. And that is all to say, my final thoughts and statement is this. Stop thinking in terms of niche and think more in terms of value. And if that's not the most obtuse and out there comment I've given you, then I don't know what is. And I'm sorry for that. But don't think in terms of niche. Stop thinking what's going to be my niche as a creator, and more just think, where can I fit in to bring value? Where can I get the most exposure? There's a more logical term for you to think about. Screw the value stuff. Like, that's important, but think about exposure. How can I get in front of as many eyes as possible every day without sacrificing my passion and without sacrificing my creativity? Because you never want to give up the creativity and the passion behind content creation for anything. Because people can smell that. People can tell when you're faking the funk. So instead, you just want to find what's going to work for you, but also get you in front of as many people as possible. Essentially, I just defined what the word niche means. I know, but I think the word niche is a little too easy to get confused with. Like, as a new creator, when you think of niche, you think, what's the one thing I'm going to be known for? And that's all well and good. But as a new content creator, you can't be boxing yourself in. You have to think more so along the lines of, what's the thing that's going to bring me the most success? I think when you start to think that way and you take a look at the landscape of Twitch and you really start to branch out, you might find more success. But I have to be clear, man. I'm an authority when it comes to content creation, and I have a lot to say about it. But unfortunately, I didn't have to find my niche. And to go full circle back to the first answer I gave you, Matcha May, I'm sorry, I don't have a ton to say about this. I know I just talked for 30 minutes, but I'm not actually the best person to ask. Because I got lucky enough to fall into my niche, dude. And I'm real sorry about that, because I can't really give you a ton of advice. All I can say is everything I just said. Like, I think, and in my opinion, you gotta have an open mind as a new creator, and you have to be able to identify when you're in a good situation versus a bad. Identify when you're doing something that's wrong and when you're doing something that's right. You know, you want to know one of the best things that were ever said to me as a creator? It's more important to know what people don't want from you than it is to know what people want from you. Right? This goes to Sister Honey as well. You already, Sister Honey, you identified what people don't want from you, and you've already identified what people do want from you. And your struggle, I believe from what I briefly read from your question, was, I really want to do this thing, but people don't really want to watch that, so I'm struggling. Welcome to content creation. If you really want to grow, you truly do have to be able to say to yourself, this isn't working. I better do this other thing. And you start off building a foundation. You build loyalty, you build trust. See, I didn't say any of that when I was talking, because maybe I thought it was implied. But you realize that's what I did, right? Instead of doing whatever I wanted to do for 6 years, I built loyalty and trust, and I built a community. That should be your goal as a content creator. That's it. That is your end-all, be-all goal. No matter what you're doing on the screen, no matter what you're doing for content, whether you're talking, chatting, doesn't matter what you're doing. As a small creator, your goal is to build a foundation of people that are loyal to you and your show, that trust you and your show, that want to give you their time. And you do that through consistency. A word that I managed to avoid saying for 30 minutes because I used to say this word a lot and I realized it lost its value. Dazza remembers. The advice I gave every person that came in here, the 3 C's, consistency, consistency, consistency. I realized it lost value and people didn't realize what I was saying. But the word still matters. Consistency is how I built an audience, and how I built my audience while building my audience is how I found success. Right? That's the secret, man. You need to stop thinking about the content itself and like the niche and like what game you're playing, and more about how do I build a community around something that I'm passionate about and that I love. If it's video games, then it's video games. If it's a niche game, then it's a niche game. But how do I build a community of people? How do I build a tenure with an audience? I have people that still come into my stream from 6 years ago. I feel like that speaks for itself. How did I do that? Well, if we go to like a website like Sully Gnome, right? So somebody mentioned Sully Gnome real quick. Just real quick, because out of curiosity, I'm very curious about something really quick. Sully Gnome, Alien Descent, all right? If you want to see how somebody manages to do something like that, so actually, I don't want Sully Gnome. I want Twitch Tracker. All right. So like I said, I think that word consistency gets kind of like overdone, right? So instead, what you do, all right, hold on. Twitch Tracker's loading. When you talk about consistency, right? Take a look at this. I've streamed 4,000 hours of Animal Crossing New Horizons, and it's 30% of my overall streamed game time on Twitch. That means a third of any time I showed up to stream in 6 years, you could have bet that 1/3 of the time that I was playing Animal Crossing. And that's just New Horizons. New Leaf has another 4%. City Folk has another 1%. The retro category, I used to play Animal Crossing GameCube in. Stardew Valley is 10%. So when you have this question, like, what does consistency mean? I don't think people realize how absolutely insane you have to be to build an audience. You have to be insane. You have to put 4,000 hours. You have to put 30% of your time into one place. You have to really, really be consistent, right? And one of my favorite things to look at on this website is the heat map. Take a look at the heat map. So what is in front of you right now? What are you seeing? What you're seeing right now is you are seeing every single stream I've ever done. The blank spaces are days off. The light, the very like faded are low views. The very like visible are high views. Take a look at this for a second. 2 days off, no days off, 1 day off, no days off, 1 day off, 1 day off, no days off, 1 day off, 1 day off, 1 day off, 2 days off, no day, 1 day off, 2 days off, 1 day, 1 day, 1 day, all the same day. Look, I was only taking Saturdays off. Here I took a vacation or my internet bugged out. Back, right again, 5 days, 5 days, 5 days, 5, or sorry, 6, 6, 6, 5, 6, 6, 4, 7, 7, 3, 7, 4, 5, 7, 7. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like, so I don't think the word consistency even covers what we're looking at. That's why I stopped using the word, because I was like, I'm just throwing this word at a wall. Like, people don't get what I'm saying. Now, that doesn't mean you have to do this to find success, for the record. But I think that it's important to identify what it took for me to find success. But my journey could be different than yours. I think that I actually know a couple streamers that only stream 4 days a week, and they're more successful than me. Now, I don't know for sure if like that's how they always have worked. But like that, like I've seen streamers like, but those 4 days a week, they put on one of the coolest shows you'll ever see. Think like somebody like Kit Boga. So their value is so different than mine, right? Like if I go look up Kit Boga real quick, right? So like he might be a bad example because he probably streams every day. But you see the difference? It's the difference between somebody like Kit Boga and me would be like, they don't have to stream every day because they have such a unique and interesting show that they're above their next level. And if you can provide value 3 days a week, then you can do it. If you can show up for those 3 days a week, every week, and put on the best show possible, then like you're pretty good. Yeah, exactly. Quantity isn't always quality, right? That's why I allow myself to take an extra day off a week now. Right? Nowadays, I take off an extra day because I realize that that extra day just makes the rest of my shows better. Whereas like before, I was like struggling by that 6th day of the week. What is successful in streaming? So just like everything, success is in the eye of the beholder, right? So the first question I tell every streamer to ask themselves is, what are you streaming for? And that answers what success means to you. If you're streaming to just build a small community of people who are passionate about games just like you are, if you have a job on the side and you don't care about money and you're really just here for the love of the game, you can find success in a pretty reasonable amount of time. But if you're somebody who's looking to make a living off of content, that's a way higher bar, right? Like your average person, what do you spending $500 to $1,000 on rent a month, depending on where you live, maybe more. So you need to be able to pay all your bills. You need to be able to pay all your utilities. You need to be able to feed yourself. So like full-time content creation is like a really hard and high bar. And for me, that was what success meant. For me at first, here's a good way to word it, Ms. Yari. This is a really good question because I think it brings everything back from space and it brings it back down to the ground. And the ground is where we want to reside. All right. My original goals for success as a streamer was, I have this written down on a piece of paper still. I was hoping to make at least $20 by the end of the year. I started streaming in March 2019. I said to myself, if I could make even $20 by the end of the year, I will be happy. I said to myself, if I could have at least 10 people watching me regularly by the end of the year, I will be happy. By the end of 11 months, I was a partner and I was full-time by December. I was actually full-time by September. So I was full-time 6 months after I wrote down those words. And I was already managing to find full-time. And so the point is like, yeah, like my idea of success was as humble as it should have been. It should have been grounded. It should have been grounded. Because that's like being a musician and telling yourself and like making your bar of success playing at the Red Rocks. Right? Like, what are you thinking? You don't go into making music and say to yourself, I'm not successful until I play at the Red Rocks alongside Incubus. No, you create a healthy bar of success. You say, if I can fill up one stadium, if I can fill up one concert hall, if I can sell one show's worth of tickets, then I'm successful, right? So I think you have to tier your success. You want to push for bigger heights, but I think going into content creation with an expectation of wild success is probably one of the worst things you could do, because that's tough, man. I saw Incubus for the first time not too long ago. It was pretty special. It's a good show. Now that you're past your 5 years, are you going to clue us in on your next 5-year plan or goal? Probably not. That'll probably all stay personal to me. I told myself that I would be at a certain point by the end of 5 years, and I did not reach that point. After I got my partnership, I told myself that I was going to have 1,000 viewers watching me by the end of 5 years of streaming. I just hit that end of 5 years. I'm in my 6th year of streaming now. I have, in fact, had 1,000 people watching me one time after a raid, but I didn't really actually hit my goals. But I will say that those goals were super unrealistic. And I didn't know what I was getting into back then. I had no idea what Twitch was all about. So I set these goals that were hyper unrealistic, not realizing just how much of a grind and a slog all of this really is. So I think I'm not disappointed that I didn't reach my goal, because I realized it was an unrealistic goal. So I have actually, since April, sat down and wrote myself 3 new goals for the next half of this decade. But they're goals that I've decided that I'm going to keep to myself. And maybe one day I'll share them in the future. Yeah, good question. Primus would be so cool to see. So would be Buckethead, to be honest. So Scuffed Eats got delayed, Silent Shelf, unfortunately. And right now, here's the update on Scuffed Eats. Turns out my computer started dying, but it's okay. I also realized I have no counter space, and this is a big problem. So I decided that I needed to buy a new table so that I actually have space in the kitchen to work, because right now I just don't. So that's like the update. I unfortunately thought that I was going to be able to dive straight back into Scuffed Eats, and little did I realize that this kitchen's just not going to work that way. And believe me, I tried. I wasn't being a perfectionist. It was not going to work at all. It was really bad. So it's on delay. I'm going to be getting the new table ordered here soon. The computer is seemingly okay. Seemingly. And we should be okay to keep rocking that computer for Scuffed Eats. And you're waiting right now. So I do apologize for the delay. I mostly apologize because I talked a big game like it was going to happen, and then it didn't. And I hate when that happens. So yeah, I do apologize about Scuffed. I really wish I didn't run my big mouth about it coming back, because I kind of just ended up disappointing people, but it'll be back as soon as possible. I can tell you this much. I will not give up on Scuffed. Scuffed will be returning to the channel. So that's at least one thing. You can have my word on that. Scuffed ain't going anywhere. Ooh, I can only do 99 at a time. Nice. 11K. We did it. We did it. Yo, for those of you that are coming and hanging out, I appreciate you vibing with us here today. If you were just tuning in, we were talking about content creation, and I don't let myself dive into those conversations terribly too often nowadays. I know it's not necessarily everyone here's favorite topic, fourth Wally streaming conversations, but every once in a while it's nice to lean into it, because I think that sharing my wisdom that I've earned through content creation is very special. And there's a lot of people out there, whether you want to stream casually or you want to stream full time, or and I've said it before and I'll say it again, send me a DM if you ever need advice. Because I like sharing this information. I like talking about it. I like being a beacon for people to, you know, potentially get some help on their own journey. We do run 2 stream teams. In the future, we'll have invites open again. So yeah. So I know it's not everyone's favorite conversation topic, but sometimes it's nice to just yap, you know. The quest, the mistress of all evil. Explore the beanstalk marshes around Maleficent's castle. Oh hell. Ooh, there's golden frogs in here. My first gold frog. Aw, Oshi dude. That sucks, man. Sucks, little guy. Sorry to hear it, man. Yo, good to see you, Blistina. Enter Maleficent's castle. Is this about to be intense? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Dude, she's scary, man. She's definitely scarier than Jafar was. Jafar's a pushover.
Greetings.
Do you have the faintest clue whose wrath you are courting? Cut the threats. You don't scare me. Really? Oh, you are an amusing one, aren't you? Perhaps I'll keep you as a pet, just like the other one I've imprisoned here. But first, tell me, what was so important that you would risk your life by coming here to face me? I wanted some style tips. I love your clothes and your general vibe. Are you mocking me? No, not at all. I shall grant you one more chance. What really made you fool enough to sneak into my castle? Ink bursting out of the ground, the lore keeper's pagers being scattered. Pages? Pieces of your castle showing up in Never After? How interesting, but that's really none of my concern. There's always something going wrong in this miserable world. Wait, you really don't know what's going on outside your castle? It's not that I lack knowledge, it's just that I simply don't care. For once, it's been mercifully quiet. No fools trying to steal from me. No self-righteous wizard passing judgment. And best of all, no Hades. I have pets that have gotten loose through my castle. We have to help her with her pets. Oh, here we go. There's a bridge from this new area into Mythopia. You should check it out. It's stunning. Yeah, I'm collecting those things that I swing at, and then I can use them for different things. That's correct. That's exactly what's happening. Do 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 do. Oh, there's a furniture placing task. When's that coming up? I've heard that this bugs out as well. It's right now. Read the quest. Oh, find the spinning wheel and the throne in her castle. So we found the spinning wheel, so we're just looking for the throne. I like how Aelith just called me out. Read the quest. Like, they weren't being rude. I'm laughing because it's so obvious that I didn't read a word. It's so obvious that I didn't read a single word of the quest. It's so obvious, dude. That wasn't the spinning wheel? Okay. Okay, number 4 is the circle. Okay. Okay, number 3 is the dragon head. Easy peasy. All right, where's the rest of them? I see a rook. Number 1 is the rook. Okay. All right, and then we should just be able to brute force this. Got it. All right, spinning wheel done. Let's go, baby. Okay, how are we going to get in here? I noticed. Hey, streamers read. Oh, when you put text on the screen that's relevant. You want me to read what this... I was gonna be super rude and obtuse, but I'll just shut my mouth. So it's the rook on the bottom and the dragon up top. Want me to read? This ain't school. Oh my lord, what is this puzzle? This is insane. What the heck is this? This is insane. Okay, so this is the dragon boy. What's up, Raiders? Yo, Lauren. What's up, dude? What's up? What's up, Raiders? Hey, how we doing? We're doing this quest in Maleficent's castle. Do 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 do. How we doing today? Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Oh, we got a rook on the top left. What's up? What's up? How is DDV? I had a feeling y'all were playing DDV. I had a feeling that's where this was coming from. Dude, good to see y'all here. Welcome in, DDVers. We're currently trying to catch up on the story here because there's new DLC content coming out tomorrow, which I'm sure y'all are hip to. New DLC. So I need to do this quest. I think this is the last quest I need to do. I think this is it. And once I do this quest, I should be prepared for the DLC. I think so. Pretty excited. There's got to be another clue somewhere. I'm missing 4. What's up, Raiders? I'm Hylian Descent. Y'all can call me Hylian or Joshua. And we're here playing some DDV. We do DDV every once in a while. Usually around updates. We'll play DDV. All right, nice. A rook here. But we've been playing a bunch this week, getting prepared for the new content. I hope you all had a good time over there. Was doing some designing in Storybook. Excited for the continuation of the Vale. All right, we can brute force this now, right? Probably not. Let's keep looking. This place is so dark. What the heck, man? Oh, never mind. It's open. We're done. I think so. If I had to guess, I would guess that they would fix the bugs leading up to Storybook Vale Part 2. I would guess, yeah. So the bug that we're talking about is this furniture bug, because you can't place the furniture or something. So let's go ahead and find out right now. So what do I have to do here? I have to put it up here. Is this what she wants me to do? Yo, get this out of my way. All right. Place all of Maleficent's furniture back where it belongs. How am I supposed to know where it belongs? Do I just have to... guess? Oh, I see. Oh, man. Well, looks like we're going back to the LNR trick again. You guys ready for the trick, dude? All right, first we'll start off by putting the throne here. Oh, what was that? Did I get this one right? Or can it go back up against the wall? I can't tell. Does that need to go back up against the wall more? I think so, right? I can't tell. I think it has to go up against the wall. Check the shadows. Yeah, it's not grayed out exactly. All right, hold on. Let's get this over here. Boom shakalaka. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Do. This is really buggy, huh? That's unfortunate. Yeah, this is unfortunately buggy, huh? The LNR trick does not work here either. The LNR trick does not work here either. Okay, I'm gonna try zooming all the way out. You were able to finish this one? Yeah, we probably have to save it for tomorrow, right? Thank you, Lauren, dude. And thank you so much for the raid, man. Let me go ahead and make sure I get you a follow here. And hopefully I can come check out your show sometime soon, dude. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, Raiders. Welcome in here. Tell Maleficent to hire movers. Use the touchscreen if you're playing on Switch. There's no way, right? Is that a thing? Has anybody tried? Has anybody tried to use touchscreen? That's an interesting fix. It seems like some areas are just off limits, no matter what I do. It just so happens to be the exact locations that you need to put it, dude. I don't know if it'll help with the bug. Yeah. I'm trying to see if I move the camera in a funky way, if it like matters. Yeah, I guess we're done here. I didn't have this problem when I did it. Also at the same time, I was stuck, so I Googled how to. Yeah, I guess we're out of here for now. Yo, what's up, Gira? Hey. I really want them to add a push mechanic so I can push and turn furniture like true Animal Crossing decoration. Yeah. Yeah, good to see you, Gira. Hey. Nintendo would probably sue them, you think? Let's go check out that bridge you were talking about real quick. All right, where's this bridge at? Nice, look at this. Mythopia meets the Ever After. Mythopia meets the Ever After. Yo, what's up, Bitsy? Hey. Oh, interesting, Aelith. That's okay. We're not too stressed. Sometimes there's bugs, you know. What's up, Richie? Yeah, hopefully it's all good tomorrow. Hopefully it's all good tomorrow so we can continue to enjoy the story tomorrow. If not, that's all right. All right, let's go ahead and jump over here real quick. What's up, Lovett Hill? Once a month, Lauren does Valley visit tours. Nice, dude. We love some tours around here. Nice, dude. Usually of the Animal Crossing variety, though. I've only ever did one. I think I've only ever done one official Valley tour in this game, actually. And I think it was Lazy Stoneheart, maybe? Can't remember. You love story. I think Storybook Vale's my favorite, like, zones in the game ever. Like, by far, from all the DLCs and the main areas. I love it. And now that I have it all unlocked, I'm pretty happy about it. I'm very proud that we managed to unlock everything. Look at this. We got it all, baby. You wouldn't want to come visit my valley, though, because it's a mess. Do you think what people are saying about the new AC being announced at the next Direct? I think there's potentially some truth, because I think 2026, 2027 is a logical release date timer for Animal Crossing. So why not announce, I don't even think it would be an announcement. I think it would be just like a title drop. Like, it would just be like how the guy predicted it, right? He was like, it's going to be Isabelle showing up, and then it's just going to say Animal Crossing 2026 or something. Like, it might not even have a title or anything yet. I'm playing on the Switch 2 right now. We don't know when the next Nintendo Direct is, but it didn't get announced today, which makes me think it might not happen until the last week of July or August now, because unless they announce it tomorrow for Thursday, next week is Donkey Kong, and I don't think they're going to do a Direct the same week that they're going to release Donkey Kong. That just doesn't sound right, but maybe I'm just miscalculating. And then, so I think maybe the last week of July or August now is my new prediction. Again, unless it somehow happens tomorrow. It's only Tuesday, so there could still be an announcement tomorrow, which would be crazy to get a Direct announcement tomorrow. I don't know if a new AC would be enough to get me to spend money on the Switch 2. No, it probably won't, but you watching me play the new Animal Crossing probably will. So you'll just have to avoid my stream indefinitely, and you'll save all the money. Yeah, sure, you know, just Animal Crossing existing won't be the determining factor, but watching your favorite streamer play the new Animal Crossing, that's gonna get you. That'll get you for sure. Then you'll be champing at the bit. You're not wrong. I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm saying the quiet part out loud. I'm being pretty rude. I'm being pretty rude. I know I'm saying the quiet part out loud. I know. All right, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna visit a friend of ours today. We're going to visit our friend Kels. We're gonna continue this hype coming in here. Thank you again for joining in, Raiders. I'm Highly, and I do Animal Crossing Stardew Valley farming sims, life sims, but I'm a Nintendo baby at heart with a variety gamer's soul. So make sure you hit that follow or like or subscribe or whatever. And we can go ahead and dive into a raid. We're gonna raid out of here, all right? So we're gonna go drop a raid off to our buddy Kells here, who's doing some Animal Crossing. It looks like they're grinding for photos. All right, so we're gonna mix it up today. We're gonna wrap it up to these jams, all right? We're gonna wrap it up to these jams, all right, fam? Thank you so much for coming out, everybody. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines, and I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your Tuesday. If I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right, y'all. Grab a raid message and let's get out of here. We're going to go visit Kells today. He's playing some AC. I'm going to go and dive into a little bit of a lurk, life lurk, and chill out here today before I come back tomorrow, all right? I'll see y'all later. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Peace.